Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully you guys can hear me because, yeah. I'm Steve. Welcome to Mac84. This is going to be an interesting stream because I'm using a new setup, as you could probably tell by the camera quality. I hope. If not, it's not worth the time and effort I put into setting up this darn thing. But, yeah. I'm using my, whatever this camera is, Panasonic Lumix GH5S. Same camera I used to record the clone video I did and recent stuff. And it's not in 4K, it's in 720p because that's what this tethering software supports. I'm noticing it's kind of like, I don't know if it's laggy or what, but I'm going to try and use it. And it's beta software, and so just before when I was testing this, I had to turn off the camera on and off again. So that's the thing. But hopefully the image quality is an improvement from the little dinky webcam I always use that is never focusing, because I could do things like this. And I could manual focus, which I probably have to do because, yeah, well, it would help if I did this correctly. Let's yeah, we don't need that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You could, oh, that's, nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Let's exit that. Oh boy. What do you mean wireless? There's no wireless here. What are you talking about? There's no... You know how many wires are plugged into this computer right now? I had to buy a USB hub just to plug all this stuff in. My goodness. My goodness. Well, we got 20 people here already, so let's cut the chit-chat here and go right to the chase. I had to plug in a USB mouse because, you know, this wireless POS decided to be like, nope, 2 feet away from the computer and it can't get a solid Bluetooth signal. Alright, so we got Jay, we got Classy Mac, we got Mike, we have Yannick, we have, who else is here? Thomas, and Mitchell, and Chris Snapper. Yes, 12-inch PowerBook, we have NK Morpheus. Who else is here? Trina's here, welcome Trina. And chat's going by a little fast, so forgive me if I missed you. But, check my, what's going on? Is the video froze? If the video froze, let me know. But Mike, you sent me a message, but I'm not understanding what that meant. Hopefully the video didn't freeze. If the video freezes, tell me in the chat, and I will switch to the regular webcam. I'm just trying this out. So, blue artifacting. Well, oh, that's a focus thing. That's a focus thing. Hold on. Let me turn that off. There's all these features in the camera. Yeah, hold on. I have no idea what I'm doing too, so that's awesome. This is Steve tries and plays around with his camera live. Never been done before. Yeah, it is. This is the. Let me switch it back to autofocus. Yeah, there we go. That got rid of it. The manual focus gives this blue shape to whatever you're trying to manually focus on. I was recording CRTs and I had to do manual focusing, so never mind. That we're all good. So even if I zoom in, that's scary. But there you go. Okay, cool. All right, so let's get started here. So, thanks to the Matrix. I took the blue pill, I guess. All right, so we have a 12-inch PowerBook here. It's a PowerBook G4. This is... Thanks, Mike. This is one of the models I picked up from an e-waste place. It has tape on it because the battery holds a great charge, but there's a chunk of plastic either in the battery itself or the holder for that battery compartment that just does not let that battery sit in there. So as soon as you lift it up, that battery falls out. Did not want that to happen. Piece of tape there. It's ugly. I will fix that eventually. That's not the purpose of today's stream. Today's stream is to put an SSD in here because, my goodness, this thing has like a 4200 RPM hard drive and it stinks. Not only it stinks, it sucks. So yeah, this is not this is not the best storage medium for this hard drive, a 4200 RPM hard drive. And Apple used to do that. They used to cheap out. You could spend more money for the 5200 RPM or whatever it was, 5400 RPM rather. But yeah, they used to cheap out. So I am following Sean and Action Retro's advice and Dana Does Stuff's advice and pretty much everyone else's advice and buying one of these SSDs and using one of these adapters. Now, I always thought it is an absolute waste to put a micro SSD inside an IDE adapter to plug it into the PowerBook, because you're simply never going to get the speed that this claims through an IDE channel. You're just not going to do it. But the purpose of that, which I learned, is because these are very tiny. And, you know, if you plug an SSD, which is a little larger than this, a standard 2.5-inch notebook SSD, not, one that's shaped sort of like this. If you plug this into a SATA adapter, there's no way you're fitting it in the hard drive compartment bay or whatever for a laptop or something like that. So you need a smaller SSD that could fit into an adapter that isn't too large and that will fit into there. So this is a Zheino, or I don't know how to pronounce it. That there, the cheapo one. You could Google it. It's on Amazon. This is a 256 gigabyte model. Yeah, that's a lot of space, but this laptop I use a lot. This laptop is going to be my scanning buddy because I have two excellent scanners that scan in slides and negatives and stuff like that. And those two scanners, they work great. However, this thing is slow with that 4200 RPM hard drive. It's the fastest model they ever made. It's a 1.5 gigahertz G4. It's not a slouch of a machine, but the hard drive is the bottleneck on this thing. So if I could put in more storage space, that'll be great, because then I could scan images and stuff, and I'm not worrying about slow write times and stuff like that. So, yeah. So let's just catch up here. Yeah, no, it is totally faster than a spinning disk. What I was saying is the read-write speeds of this SSD, of what it could reach, the maximum speeds, I do not think the slower ATA bus that's in these, 15, 20-year-old machines is going to saturate that. It's not. But this should work on the 15-inch model. Now this is why I'm doing it live, because I have no idea if this would work. People have said these and these, they kind of are compatible, but Dana tried one that didn't. So we're going to do this live, and if it doesn't work, Angry Steve will come out, and things will be yelled at. But now, the other thing to this is opening up this PowerBook is a bit of a pain. iFixit's guide says it's going to take about an hour, and it says it's difficult, or whatever their rating is. So, yeah, you have to take the keyboard off, have to take the whole top case off. It is not fun. I am not looking forward to doing this, but it has to be done. So let's go ahead and do it. First thing I want to do is I do want to plug the machine in and just give you the idea of the specs of this machine really quick. It would help if my power cord was plugged in, which it is not. Good Columbo episode. Oh boy. No, I would estimate that this is going to take at least a half hour to do, but I could double that. I could double that at least. Yeah, I'm not doing my clamshell anytime soon. I'm going to have to one of these days. Let's see how well this goes before I go insane. So, plug the PowerBook into power here. PowerBook into power. We got doing the silly voices already. And boot this thing up. Josh, you do not want to go down to the sickness level that I have with old Apple printers. This is coming from somebody who knows what he's talking about. Let me turn on this light over here. Okay, that's a little bit better. Not as dark. Or too dark. I know. Not as bright. Too bright. Whatever. So we got this PowerBook. It's booting up here. Not too bad. It's running Tiger, of course, because anybody who puts Leopard on these things with a 4200 RPM hard drive, you're looking for trouble. You're looking for trouble. I know I'm flipping insane. I realize that. This is the insane zoom in now. Nobody needs to see that. Okay, so... well, I'm not dressed up for the video. I had a prior engagement before, and I'm too lazy to change clothes. I'm wearing pants at least, so at least you think I am. Alright, so we got the PowerBook booted up here, and let's see the specs of this machine. Yeah, the clock is set to the incorrect blah blah blah. Go to About This Mac. Oh, this is a 1.33 gigahertz model. Where's the 1.5 gigahertz model? Hold on. Hold on. There was a 1.5 gigahertz model. That's what I wanted to upgrade. Wait, there's a stack of them. I'm looking. 1 second. Hold, please. Not that a lousy 200 some odd megahertz is going to make such a difference, but I did not, Mike. So here's another PowerBook. This is a 133, so don't care about that. And this has bunny hair on it. Let's see. Sonic. What is this one? What is this one? This says 2004, unless they didn't change the date on the bottom of the machine, which could be the case. Here's the 1.5. Here's 1.5 gigahertz. Let's see if this one boots up. If this one boots up, we're gonna put the SSD in here. So might as well, right? All right. So these things were ridiculously cheap. I'm not even going to tell you how cheap they were, all things considered. All right, so this is the 1.5 gigahertz model. I had the memory door off. I don't know why. It was probably beeping or something. Let's see what's inside. Nothing. All right, well, memory's easy enough to upgrade. Yeah, there are labels. They're just not on the computers. All right, so this one's a bit more dinged up, unfortunately. Let's see how the screen is. Screen looks okay. Let's turn it on. Keyboard's in pretty good shape. Was this the one that had trouble turning on, maybe? Yeah, I think so. Maybe? So, I hear the CD-ROM drive spinning up. It's making noises like it wants to work. And it sounds like there's like a disk in the drive or something like that. And the screen just never comes on. It's spinning up the disk. It's making a lot of noise. Yeah. It's not happy. This is the problem I ran into. So we're going to do a choose your own adventure type thing. And everyone's rolling their eyes right now. We're going to do a choose your own adventure type thing. I'm curious if I can get video out on this PowerBook through an adapter and see if maybe just the screen is dead, or do we just want to install the SSD and the 1.33 gigahertz one. Take a vote in the chat. Let me know what you guys are thinking as I look around for my bin of adapters and such that will have a VGA connector here. Hopefully. Yeah, here's one. Here's one. I mean, if I don't get VGA out, we're just gonna move along because I'm not gonna go too crazy here. All right, well let's take a little bit of a detour then, maybe, huh? Just a minor detour. I mean, we got 7.5 hours to spare, right? No one's going to sleep tonight. It's Saturday. I don't think I have another 1.5. I don't think I have another 1.5 inch model. I really don't. I might, and I just don't remember, but I don't think so. All right, so let's turn this off. I don't even know if it's off. Doesn't even chime either. There might be something just destroyed with this thing. I mean, it came from Eway's place. It's not chiming. It's just not happy. Yeah, I could. But nothing's coming up on the external monitor here. Let me make sure that's in the right mode. Now, the backlight on this display is going, unfortunately. It's a little bit on its way out, so the image is very, very dark, but I should be seeing something. She's dead, Jim. I mean, I think the only difference between the two series was the later one had a better scrolling trackpad or something, but I think that could even just be done to the other one in a software update. So, but we have 35 people here watching. Do not want to disappoint and go on and be annoying and boring, rather. So, I don't exactly know what the heck is the problem with this thing. It could simply be the battery. I've seen batteries do weird things to computers, so let's take that battery out. Not going to spend too much time on this, just while we have it here. Curious. I need a coin so I don't rip off my thumbnail. Or a screwdriver. This thing's scratched up enough as it is, so. Smash that like button. I'm just allowed to say that because Bruce is not currently in the chat. That's how that works. Is that bloated? No, it's just the design of it. Let's try that one more time. Alright, well. These are all beat up too. None of them are in like perfect condition. I do have one that I got not too long ago. And I'm looking on the shelf because I have no idea where I put. Oh wait, no, it's over there. Let me check. Hold on. I push the power button on here. I'm gonna give that a second. I'm gonna grab the other one at the other side of the basement. It's because Jay is a jerk. That's why. I'm gonna go grab the other PowerBook. Entertain yourselves for about 5 seconds. Make it 30. Whatever. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Rudy. Appreciate it. Eep. Let me scroll back up. Sorry, I'm using the wrong mouse. Sorry. It's midnight. I don't know what I'm doing. That's crazy. Yeah, Grudy knows what's about to happen. Okay, yeah, so I don't know where that other PowerBook is. But I remember it had that, they call it a spotlight issue because it looks like stage lights or spotlights are pointing up from the bottom of the screen. That had that issue with this screen. So, it's probably not the best way to do that anyway. But you know what, the 1.3 gigahertz one, let's just go with that. I don't know why, this one wants to be a pain in the butt, but, it's gonna be, so. While we have both PowerBooks here, I'm just going to look at the battery here. Just try and see where this clip or whatever that I'm missing or that has broken. If I could identify that, because the problem with this battery is I have to keep it taped in. And I'm just trying to see if I could identify the reason why this battery is falling out. I'm not seeing anything, honestly, right away. Alright, they both have airport cards. That's nice. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. We'll keep the tape for now. I'm more concerned about the SSD. But actually, I think we have to remove the battery think we have to remove the battery. It could very well be a memory issue. Now, the memory has been removed on the 1.5 model. So, the memory, I believe, is soldered on board on this model. It could also be, there's a DC power unit. Yeah, I tried that, Sad Mac. It didn't want to cooperate. There's a DC inverter board or whatever it is. There's another power board on this thing that I know from experience are a pain in the butt, and they will die. I do have a part, but it's for the 867 megahertz model. I don't think it'll work on this one because they're a bit different. And so, yeah, it could simply be that, especially because something weird's going on. It's like turning on the CD drive as soon as it's going on. I don't think it's a battery thickness. I mean, this battery is also a third-party battery. Yeah, no, they're the same. There's a label on this one, but that's it. They're pretty much the same. All right, so I'm going to put this one to the side. Turn it off and on again. Yeah, I mean, the power light was lighting up, and I could see there's a hard drive in here, so I think the 12-inch PowerBook batteries. That's a very good question. A few years ago, they used to liquidate them at like MacSales.com, OWC, places like that. From what I understand, if you're adventurous enough, you can buy a dead one, open it up, and replace the cells. I have no experience doing that. I'm not going to advise you to do that. But I don't know if there's a better place to get these right now. I mean, even if you find a brand new one in the box, it's probably going to need some reconditioning and such. But this is a newer technology, new power battery, NU power. I've always had very good luck with their batteries. And that's the one that's in this one. So here's the specs off of this machine. 1.33 gigahertz, 256 megabytes of memory, 60 gigabyte hard drive, super drive, and airport. So yeah, it's not the 1.5, but you know what? For scanning in images, I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference. This one has USB 2. That's, I think, all we need. All right, so I'm going to put that battery back in. We're going to probably have to take it out. But I've had very good luck with the aftermarket ones, though. That's a reputable brand. It's not a no-name brand. At least from all the experiences that I've had over the years. They've been making batteries for a long time. They are no newbie to the Macintosh market. So, all right, so I have my iFixit guide here. And I'm going to... Yeah, I love the MagSafe connector, too. Rumor is they're going to bring that back, folks. That'd be awesome. Don't you think? I got to remove the battery. Okay. All right, so let's do that. I have more packaging tape right here, so... We could do our professional affixing of the battery to this back when we're done with this, rather. So hopefully all you guys are having a good weekend so far. You may have noticed, I think everybody noticed who subscribed, but I'm going to say it anyway. You may have noticed that I released my Macintosh clones video, which I've been teasing for the better part of ever since I started this channel, pretty much. That video went out. It's doing pretty well. It's got about 2,000 views or something like that. So thank you for everybody who watched it. Obviously, I would encourage you to subscribe to the channel. If you are new here and you are not subscribed, please do that. Also, share that video if you want to. Share it around, share it to a friend or whatever. That helps me. So please, the first week that a video is released, the more shares you get, the more good stuff happens. So hopefully this just keeps increasing. I don't know if the video is just going to die off or whatever, but there's more parts to it. It's going to keep growing, and I expect it to just be well, because the video seems to be doing well so far. So, Apple clone Granny Smith. Okay. All right, so we got the battery out. The next step is to remove the 4 screws on the bottom. We have 3. Well, we're off to a good start. And we'll use this little cup. So we have 3. Got 40 people watching. Hello, everybody who is watching. I appreciate you stopping by. Today we're working on a PowerBook 12-inch computer, 1.33 gigahertz model. And we are replacing the spinner hard drive with an SSD. We have some memory in here. I guess we have to take that out. All right, what else we got here? Okay, so remove the small EMI finger beneath the screw. Oh, this is going to be fun. Oh, there's a little dead bug in here. Isn't that nice? No, you're not allowed. Maybe that's what's wrong with the other one. Not enough dead bugs. Oh, boy. This is one of those ones where I do have to probably draw a diagram. I'm going to show you how I do that. It's not too exciting, but stay. Image writer paper is always helpful. Okay. So what I'm going to have to do is draw a crude diagram of this PowerBook as I go along. I don't have one of those fancy magnet mats or anything like that. But, yeah. Yeah, screws are hard to find for some of these machines, especially if yours comes used or whatever. All right, so I'm just going to basically draw the step number. So this is step 3. And we're going to remove this screw, and I'm going to put that screw right there. Sometimes I'll put some tape on it so that screw stays there, even if my desk shakes, but I'll try and be extra gentle as we're doing this. There's always bugs in computers. That is true, Trina. That is true. All right, so we're going to get this screw out of here, and that bug is still on my tweezers. Ew. Go away, you little weevil or whatever. All right. He wobbled, but he did not fall down. Where's Dana, by the way? Dana be slacking. Unless I missed him in the chat, then I horribly apologize. Oh, boy. So we're just trying to get this one out. I think I could zoom in. Yeah, I could zoom in here. You're going to be able to hopefully see what the heck I'm doing. Now, this tripod leaves a lot to be desired, so forgive me. But, yeah, that's what I'm talking about here. It sort of had a mind of its own, because this tripod's probably older than I am. And it sort of likes to go, wee. Well, hello, other Steven. I'm sorry you're at work, but I'm glad you're on your break. Okay. Sure, why not? Alright, so we're going to continue to try and get this screw out of here. Look how professional we look today. Yeah, this screw is taking its sweet time. Come on. There we go. Okay. Well, I think that one's not going to be hard to identify. Alright, so that's step 3. Alright, now this is weird. You have to remove keys on the keyboard just to get the access to this. That's typical Apple. So we're gonna open this up, and it's the F1, F2, F11, and F12 keys. Well, thank you, Trina. Trying to look a bit fancy here. I'm an imposter in clothing, I'm sure. All right, so this is scary. Take a deep breath before continuing. Thanks, iFixit. Place your index finger. Okay, I'm going to read this like 20 times so I don't break the darn thing. Okay, so F1 is the first one to do. The keyboard part is the hardest part to do it. But Jay, if you really feel like sending me a guide to follow, I will do that. I just didn't have that at my disposal, sir. I hate doing this. I've had to do this before, but looks like a guy who makes a lot more money to me. Yeah, okay. We'll see. I'm not lifting it forcibly. No. No. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not gonna be forceful to this thing. Trust me. I mean, there's enough dirt under these keys that it doesn't hurt to clean them off anyway. But yeah, Mike, if you come over with your hammer. Oh boy. It's been a fun day. Is like kitty litter or something under these keys. Where was this computer before me? All right, good. I do have a keyboard puller for, actual keyboards, but nothing that would fit these small little keys. Look how shiny it is. The screen has some smudges, but it's not horrible. Oh yeah, I remember the way these go in, because I had to replace one at one point. I'm just seeing if I could, with my tweezers, if I could just push the key, the scissor mechanism where it's supposed to be, instead of no, Dana. Dana's doing stuff. He has a very cool little intro thing he's working on. Not gonna spoil anything, but he's been busy. He's been doing stuff. Go check out Dana Does Stuff on YouTube. He's right here in the chat, so don't disappoint him. Subscribe to him if you feel like it. You better. He's doing stuff these days. At least he tells me he is. I mean, he could be lying to me, but he paid me to talk about him, so I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm busy doing the editing. You go back to sleep, Dana, and you get your milk and cookies in the morning. You'll be less angry. I think it's because these things are so portable and people just took them everywhere. And so they are likely in worse shape because of that. And the aluminum just dings up really, really easily on these things, unfortunately. So, let's try this again. So, this is kind of not working. I was very lonely. I was like, where's Dana? I'm not starting the stream without Dana. I may have been saying Danish, but the sentiment was still there. All right, Jay, if you actually want to send over that Apple guide, I will follow that. Because I'm not really having too much confidence in, you just pull the key off with your finger. Well, this is where you would push your finger in to release the latch, and also this is probably where like the top of your laptop bag would be. So I could imagine that getting hit a lot, etc. This is a 2004, 2005, something like that. I'm not gonna do that, Nick. No. This is no. My computer. I'm not gonna break it. Thank you very much, Jay. Appreciate it. Yeah, the 1 gigahertz one should be... The keyboard did not change, I don't believe. So, thank you very much, sir. I think all I'll have to do is worry about the keyboard stuff, and then from then on I could figure out the rest. But greatly appreciated. Oh, I need one of those spudger thingies. Oh, I have one. Where do I have one? Okay, hold on. I have one. Found my PRAM batteries, but that's not what I need right now. Oh, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Yeah, here's the keyboard thingies. Yeah, okay. Says the person with probably more broken machines than I do. No thanks, Greg. Yeah, here's the keyboard puller keys for a standard keyboard, the old style ones with the big clunky keys. That's not going to work in this situation. Oh no, the PRAM batteries are loose. We must warn the city. Okay, it's not there. Hold on. It's like right around here, because I thought I brought it downstairs because I thought there was tweezers in it, and they weren't. And there weren't, rather. So just hold on, please. Let me look about. No, an IC puller is also too big and too metally. That's going to just rip the heck out of it. I need to be delicate here. And if you don't want to be delicate while you're working with your machine, you do whatever you want. This is mine. I don't want to kill it here. At least not yet. I mean, if I get angry too, I'm gonna be like, But, yeah. I guess I could use the end of my tweezers or something like that, too. But, paper towel. Random paper towel. Fan. This is the fun things you find on my desk here. Everything but what I need, of course. Yeah. I really don't want to go upstairs and look for it because it's not going to be where I think it is. Actually, probably is. Actually, I'm going to ask, I'll just go. I swear I'm not drunk. Admire the beauty of this. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. Well, 30 seconds. I probably do, except in the bedroom. And the bathroom. And the kitchen. I actually found the thing I was looking for. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Oh, gee, yeah. Poor choice of words there. All right, so yeah, this is what I want. The little plastic spudger, whatever the heck it's things. The spudger. That's a fun word to say. Spudger. Okay, so let's open this up here. Thank you for counting, Jay. I ran into my wife upstairs, so I had to explain what I was doing upstairs. Like, I thought you went downstairs. Well, I'm back. I'm back from the future. Jay won't get that reference because he doesn't like good movies that don't involve wizards. They really don't want you to open this thing, do they? Ah, here we go. Really? You got plastic inside of plastic? Way to save the world, yo. My phone is not on do not. My phone is always on do not disturb. So, yeah. Good luck with that. Okay, alright, so we got one of these plastic dealies. Let's follow those instructions, which were provided by Jay. I'm just kidding with him. He's alright. Alright, so let me open that PDF here. And just put it on the screen. One moment, there we go. Well, I guess it could, but all right. Anyway, you lost your opportunity. Okay, so we're gonna do this here. So I like this zoom. I feel like Bruce here, except I don't have a fancy remote. I could do it on my phone, but that would require me wanting to do that. But if it's already 41 minutes in, we haven't accomplished anything. So let me just continue. Okay, so using a black stick. Not a spudger. Carefully pry up each of the 4 keys from the left side of the key. The keys are easily removed from the left side without damaging the keyboard. Says you. Okay. Alright. Well. How? How does do? Can't even hold the spudger correctly, huh? I'm sorry, black stick. Really? Come on. You don't want to come off there, do you? Nick, come on. This is my machine. I'm not going to break the darn thing just because people are telling me in the chat to. Use some common sense, dude. I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying. I'm taking my time. Since when have I done anything in a rush? I mean, look at my live stream history, for crying out loud. Alright, so it says, carefully pry up each of the 4 keys from the left side. Alright, so it just says lift them up from the left. Okay, well, there it goes. Okay, cool. Easy does it. That's why we're here. Really? I thought it was to dislike the videos. Oh, boy. Alright, so... Oh, that one cracked. That one cracked. And I'm doing it so carefully. It cracked the mechanism under the key. I don't even know if I get a good look at that. Because it's... Jeez. I mean, yeah, thanks, Apple. I was expecting something to break. I didn't doubt you, Greg. I just said I was going to go slow. Doesn't seem like it'd make a damn difference, though. But it's only the F2 key, I guess, so... How is that attached underneath? Okay. What are you doing this for? To upgrade the SSD, you have to take the keys off the keyboard, because... Apple. I mean, technically I could reach the screw there. You know what? Yeah, technically I could reach the screw there, so... Nuts to that. Let's try and not break the other keys. How about that? Alright, so F11 and F12. This is a... Whatever this is. It's Zheino! No, Zheino. Whatever. It's a cheapo one. It's not too expensive. Oh, boy. Hopefully it's not cracked. Maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks on me. I don't know. I'm just going to hold down the plastic so the keycap comes off, not the plastic itself. Did you freaking see that? I have no idea where that key went. That calls for an instant replay. My goodness. Where did that go? That just flew halfway across the basement here. Hopefully that camera actually caught it. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Where did it go? Where did it freaking go, man? Yeah, one of the rabbits probably already ate the darn thing. Oh, man, that stinks. I think I heard it, like, go in this general direction here, but... Oh, wait, I found it! Holy crap. Yeah, I found it. Yay! My goodness. That was lucky. Alright, so we'll put those over here. I don't know how I found that. Someone's looking out for me. Alright, so here's a screwdriver here. Operation. Is it water on the knee? Is it a bad SSD? Alright, so I could likely get to at least one of these screws without doing the other ones. Alright, see you, Dana. If anything flies off my desk, I'll let you know. Yeah, I could totally take out these screws with just one of those keys removed. Well, at least one of them. Bye-bye, Dana. Liking new glasses. Alright, so let's try and take this little screw out. I know this is terribly exciting. Mac84 attempts to pull a par 4 out of this situation. A hush goes over the crowd as he tries to fit the tweezers under the screw. If he could do this, he will not have to take the other key off. He has done it. He has done it. Alright, let's do it from the other side here. Good morning. Or evening, wherever you are. Good day to you, sir or madam. Alright, let's get the other screw out. So yeah, this is one of those fun little Apple models where you got to take off a lot more than you would expect to reach the hard drive. And that's why, you know, people give the plastic MacBook a pass sometimes. That thing was so easy to service. You take out the battery, boom, the hard drive and the memory are right there. I mean, you could easily service that thing with no more than a Phillips screwdriver. I mean, boy. Alright, so let's get back to this here. So, got those two screws off. Keyboard comes up, and there's a cable to pull off. Okay. Alright, so Apple, Steve Jobs wanted form over function. Same with Johnny Ive. They're the ones to blame on this. They're not here to defend themselves, so. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna just come. Okay, it made a noise. Did I mention I hate working on Apple laptops? PC laptops aren't that bad because everything is just plastic and yeah, but okay, this should just come off. this should just. There we go. All right, cool. There's a keyboard. Yay! You look pretty. Now, what's interesting about this keyboard is there are markings for the keys that light can actually pass through them. But this model never had the backlight like the 15-inch and the 17-inch did. So, for all you RGB LED fans out there, I guess you can maybe do it if you really want to take apart like the 80 screws that make up this mechanism here. I'm not going to be that brave. I'll let Sean from Action Retro play around with that. But all right, we got our keyboard out. Now it's on to the more fun adventure stuff here. We almost got 50 people in the chat. Hello, everybody. I hope you are doing well today. All right, so now we go along to where the battery is. There are 3 screws to get out over there, and I'm going to write down, this is step 9. And going to put the screws over there when I'm done. So let's take these out. Yeah, the problem is like most of the I've looked into it honestly. Most of the hobbyist most of the hobbyist, I don't even know if he has a 12-inch PowerBook. Most of the hobbyist RGB stuff is bulky. You know, unless you really get the stuff and you solder it together yourself and stuff like that. But yeah, the only reason I like PC laptops better is because they're easier to take apart. Whenever I've had to recover a hard drive from something, it's like, oh, it actually has arrows, especially the Sony laptops and most of the other ones. They have arrows to which screws you could ignore and which screws you have to take apart, you know, to remove, you know, to get the hard drive out. They also usually just have the hard drive on a plastic tray because they don't really care. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're usually not pretty, but a bit more functional. Alright, so we're going to take these screws off too. Okay, this is step 10. Yeah, exactly, Mike. That is I was always envious, especially like a clamshell iBook or like a machine like this. Ugh, boy. Now this SSD better work. If it doesn't, I'm not gonna be a happy camper. Spoiler alert. This stream may end abruptly. Subscribe to the channel. And just end it. I have a very semi-modern Sony Vaio. I think it's from 2015. And I think I have a Sony Vaio keyboard in the garage. I think it may be an old laptop. I don't recall. Like, no, I don't think I ever picked that up. I think it was at a thrift store. I looked at it, and they never sold it, and then they closed, and I don't think I ever picked it up. But it was like broken. It was missing stuff. Had proprietary everything, so I couldn't even like work on it. But no, I don't have many Sony stuff in my collection. I have a lot of like Sony Electronic stuff. I have a Betamax player. I have a few of them. Trinitron televisions. I don't have a Sony Laserdisc player, but I have a few Sony SVHS decks, which are cool. Speaking of Lenovo, that reminds me I have to talk to somebody that had Lenovo's. They also had some other stuff, including an image writer. Not an image writer, laser writer. And the big bulky ones. I don't know if I'm going to take that thing. It's probably way more trouble than it's worth. Yeah, here comes the fun part, guys. So there's 14 screws I'm about to remove next. Hello, Skywalker. I swear you change your name every single time you join the chat. Otherwise, maybe there's just 20 people with the same icon as you. But, hello. Okay, yeah, so there are 14 screws here that I have to remove. This is going to be fun, maybe? If I start crying, that's not me crying. Promise. Alright, so let me draw a crude little diagram of where these screws go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then there's this thingy here. There's the keyboard connector there. There's a screw here. There's one here. Okay, there's one there. One up here. One up here. And 1, 2, 3. Excellent. All right. Oh, this is going to be fun. All right, so looks like all the screws are here at least, so nobody destroyed this thing previously, which is nice to know. Because this did come from an e-waste facility, and it's always possible that someone just destroyed this thing to get to the hard drive. But, I mean, this thing does have a hard drive in it, so they probably just secure erased it and such. All right, so that screw goes there. I'm going to try and be as organized as possible. I don't know if I'm going to use this camera for every one of my streams. Does the quality look like that? Like, wow, different from my previous little webcam enough to warrant the frustration? I don't know. I mean, I like zooming in and stuff, but I'm not positive yet if it's worth the effort. You guys, let me know. Let me know, because it's 720p. You know, the webcam I have is 1080, but let's face it, usually it's not focusing anyway, so what's the point of having better resolution if the thing isn't focusing? Alright, so we're up to the 5th screw here. I know this is so exciting. So any of you have a 12-inch PowerBook? Or a PowerBook at all? I always wanted, so I got a iBook. I have a clamshell iBook G4. I had that in my youth. And hello, Gaming Extra. I had that in my youth, and it served me well, but I needed something faster. So I got a used 867 megahertz 12-inch PowerBook from MacofAllTrades.com. That was a popular website. They're still around. And 867 megahertz model. I think it was under $1,000. Nice, Trina. And yeah, I mean, it was a good machine, but it only had USB 1. It was only 867 megahertz. Only had VGA out. I think the later models were the one with DVI capabilities. It wasn't that bad of a machine, but it was definitely on the sluggish side when you were pushing it to do like video encoding and stuff like that. You know, it had an optional super drive. I could not really imagine using that to import a lot of movies and burn DVDs, especially with the stock hard drive. It was just a bit painful. But you know, the later models had speed bumps. You know, this is the second to last model they made. But yeah. That laptop unfortunately died. What had happened was I brought it over to a friend's house. We were going to play video games, but I thought, let me just bring over my laptop just in case, because that's the way I think. And 90% of the time I do that, surprise, surprise, don't end up using the laptop. or whatever. Hello, Bruce. And so I ended up taking my PowerBook with me. I left it in the car because I didn't feel like I had to bring it inside because I didn't need it right away. And got home, took it out of the car, brought it inside, pushed the power button. Nothing. Turns out the condensation from being in the car for a good hour or two killed the computer. I don't know where it collected. I tried to replace some of the components on it. Did not want to work. Thankfully, the data was okay. So, you know, that was the only thing I really cared about. And luckily enough, I was still using the PowerBook up to this time. But my brother had gotten a black MacBook, one of the you know, not the Pros, just the regular MacBook. No, it wasn't parked underwater. It was just, you know, the winter and it was cold. And so my brother got this black MacBook, but he did one of those back in the day. You could actually do those like win a computer type thing, and you had to like take surveys and all this junk. He went through that. And since he is an engineer, he did a spreadsheet and he kept track of all this stuff. Here I am doing my Sean impression. But thanks, Sean. And so he actually did one of those things, and he actually got a MacBook Pro out of it. He got a 2006 or 2007 MacBook Pro. And so he didn't need the MacBook anymore. So everyone else was in school with their own computers. And I said, well, could I have your old MacBook? And he's like, yeah, sure. So I used a black MacBook for the longest time until I got a 2008 MacBook Pro. And I used that just until this year, last year rather, when I got a 2011 13-inch MacBook Pro. So, I mean, I don't use laptops as much as I used to. I used to use them a lot. But, yeah. Alright, so this step is extremely tricky. Oh, that's going to be fun. Let's see how Apple's guide tells us how to do it. So, take the keyboard out. Take the screws out. Yeah, that's all the things. It's fun. Yeah, we did that. Place your computer on the side. Do not loosen. Do not remove the half of the case. Okay. Oh, I like Apple's way better. Okay, so let's do that. And let's see if we get the camera tripod to cooperate here. Again, this tripod sort of has a mind of its own, so my apologies. But I also got to scroll up to see if you guys said that if this camera makes enough of a difference to warrant the trouble. I'm using my DSLR here. So any comments about the video quality, please just type them in again. I was just rambling on. I did not see. My apologies. I'm a dork like that sometimes. Alright, so let's go to the battery area. So at the battery bay, notice the two plastic latches that hold the top case to the bottom case. Use a black stick to remove both latches. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. This is my new camera. Yes. It records in 4K. This is only 720p. That's all the tethering software supports. But yeah, I think it's nice. I mean, the zooming is nice. Zoomy. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna break this thing, but Apple told me to do it. Quality is nice. Okay, good. Yeah, I honestly think like 720p is fine for a live stream. I like the control of being able to focus it. Now, I'm not going to be able to use it all the time because sometimes I leave my camera set up on a tripod. I'm going to continue a shoot later, etc. But it's nice to have the ability to use it. Yeah, all right, come on. Yeah, it's a Leica 12-60 lens, so it was not a cheap lens, which is why I'm very careful with how I mount it and everything. I don't want to break it. Don't want to do that. Okay, why isn't this come on? What are you doing here? I mean, the latch goes up, but there we go. Okay, I just had to pull it away there. Oh, you know, maybe. Okay. Alright, no worries, Class of Mac. See you later. Yeah, I don't even think I could stream at 60p. I really don't think I can. So, and honestly, if you want to elaborate, Edward, tell me why you don't prefer that. Is it just the refresh rate on monitors? Is that's sort of what I'm grasping? When I accidentally did a very early video in 60, and one guy was like, "Thanks for doing it. I can't watch this," and I'm like, "Why? Like, elaborate. Like, why are you leaving a comment like that? It doesn't make any sense to me." Oh, okay. So the more frames, the harder it is to download. Okay, no, that makes total sense. Yeah, makes total sense. And older machines. Yeah, all right. That totally makes sense to me. But not remove the top case from the bottom case. Okay, yeah, it's loosened. All right. So in the keyboard, we pull up the looped end of the trackpad cable to disconnect it. The looped part. Hello, loopy part. So let me zoom in so you guys can see exactly what I'm doing here. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay. Alright, so raise the top case up slightly from the bottom case until you can access the cables that are connected under the top case. Do not forcibly remove the top case. Okay, I will listen to you. Okay, yeah, I see those. Okay, those shouldn't be too difficult to remove, actually. Now, how much does this want to come out without me? Oh, trust me, I know how DSL is. Please, my parents used to be stuck with DSL for the longest time. Trust me. I am well aware. We've all been there, I think. Dial-up days, DSL days. Right, so I'm just. I know you probably can't see it because my big arm's in the way, but I'm just wedging this project between where the cable needs to go through. So. Yeah, but I still think in 480p, it's still an additional 2 times of frames it's downloading. So if I'm broadcasting in 60, it's going to, no matter what resolution it is, it's going to be 60 frames per second. So, I'm not doing any sports or high, fast action here or anything like that. Most action you'll see is me flinging a key off the keyboard accidentally. Oops. Alright, so alright, I'm just taking my time here. I do not want to break this connector. Because those cables are thin. I'm not pulling on it because it's going to go pop and fall off. Making some progress. It's just going to take some time. So. Okay. Wait, is this attached? Oh, I see why they don't want you to take it off, because the cables are attached. Well, I could just like do it like a pancake, like a book kind of. I said the word pancake. That's not what I meant. Yeah. If we do that carefully, we're good. Now we're not, being silly about having no space to work with. There we go. Yeah, so we got one of those cables out. Now it's just the microphone one, or the power button one. And that one's out too. Excellent. That was not too difficult. Put this over here. Surely you're joking. I'm not joking. Don't call me Shirley. Okay, so we got all that out. Okay, so now we have the hard drive. So the hard drive is right here. So, I don't know, Nick. That sounds like a very personal question. So we have this Hitachi Death Star. I'm sorry, Travel Star. 60 gigabyte, made in 2004. And it doesn't tell me the speed on the drive. Oh, yeah, 4,200 RPM, just as I suspected. Yeah, let's do a little bit of a zoom there so you can see that. There's the hard drive there. That'll probably be a better thumbnail for the video than the one I got now, huh? Alright, so now we have access to the hard drive. We're going to pull that out. I do have data on there, so I will have to get that out of there. But alright, so there are 2 screws here. We're going to remove those. They're actually already loose. How about that? Somebody's been in here before, maybe. Okay, so this connector has a little handy dandy loop on it, so I can just pull that up. And out comes the hard drive. Just like that. So I will be holding on to this because obviously I want to take the data off. There's a lot of capacitors on here. Would not surprise me if that other machine had capacitor issues because I'm going to zoom in here. This is quite a sight. But the height of these capacitors is right under the trackpad. And if you push hard enough, I think you could do some damage here. These are pretty tall capacitors. I don't know if you could really see that. But I wouldn't be surprised. This is the board that I had to order to replace on my other 12-inch PowerBook when I was a kid. Well, I was a teenager or whatever. I was in high school. So, yeah. I'm going to take a picture of that, actually. So I can get somebody who's a dork like I am to look at those capacitors and be like, huh. Yeah, that ain't right. So... Alright, so we got the hard drive out, so let's assemble our little SSD thingy. And so we're going to do that carefully. Let me zoom out the camera 1 second here. Well, they're not leaking or anything, but... Okay, so... we have our Zheino or Henio or Vigo or however you want to pronounce it, SSD. So we're going to open that up. This is Vigo. You are like the buzzing of flies to him. Alright, so here's our little MSATA SSD. Very, very tiny. Here's it compared to the case that we're going to put it in. You can just see that. So... open this little enclosure thingy. It has tape over. Is that a barcode? Oh, those are the pin. The other side of those pins. Okay. How does one open this thing? Oh, all right. There you go. And there are little screws in here. Neat. Okay, so yeah, basically we put the MSATA right into here. I don't know if this camera will focus automatically or not. Maybe not. Anyway, we put the MSATA into here, and this converts it to IDE, Notebook IDE. So, sure, yeah, I will be sure to do that, Trina. That's an excellent question, and yeah, I want to make sure it works first. I was going to do that, but people have had questionable... I'm sorry, it's not the right word. People have had different experiences with getting these to work on different Macs. So... if these particular parts work, then that's awesome, and I will be sure to share the links. If they don't work, I will tell people do not order these ones. But most people probably won't read that, and they'll end up ordering them anyway, and then I'll get some hate messages on Twitter or something like that. Alright, so let's... wee little bag. Come on. Alright, so here's that little SSD. Tiny little guy. Let's compare that to the hard drive. There's a bit of a difference there. That's the screenshot for the video thumbnail. Huh? Then we need some like emojis, and then we need like a big red arrow pointing to it. Exactly, Mike. Exactly what I was talking about earlier. People are like, well, I want to make sure it's a SATA 3 converter, and I'm like, dude, do you realize how slow ATA 100 is, or ATA 33 is, etc.? I mean, like, that's why these people who are like, oh, I want to put a SSD into my G4, and then someone links them one. They're like, well, that's only a SATA 2 one. I want a SATA 3 one. I don't think the data goes away on it. It's not like it's not battery powered Soul Blaze or Blatz or however you pronounce it. They're not battery powered, so they're not volatile. So you could store them away for ages. I don't think you'll have a problem unless the thing corrodes and breaks. Tiger is the answer, Bruce. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Roar! No, yeah, I had Tiger on this machine. Tiger runs nice on this machine. That's what I'm going to keep on this machine. And to do anything else would be a little bit silly in my opinion. Now, dual booting this thing is not out of the question. This is a 256 gigabyte SSD. We got plenty of space to play around with here. I mean, yeah. So might as well. Might as well. macOS 8. Yeah, I can't run Classic on here, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I'd like to see a try. Mike shows up in like 10 seconds flat and just slaps me. Alright, so we're going to put all the screws in the little plastic case here. I'm not going to reassemble the entire PowerBook. I'm just going to, see if it recognizes the hard drive before we do anything silly like that. The last thing I want to do is put the whole thing back together and be like, oh, it doesn't work. Because, yeah, that's happened before. Learning from my mistakes. And it's a smart thing to do anyway. You don't want to go through that entire hassle and be like, ah, crap, it don't work. Alright, so we're almost done putting the screws in here. Looks like they gave me 2 extra screws. I don't know where those will go, but I'll put them back in this little baggie. They'll come in handy somewhere. You stay where you are, Mike. Please. Get comfortable. I'm sure you have like 20 cats on you anyway. Yeah, where's the RGB, man? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay, so we're going to take the cable and the bracket off of this hard drive so we can put them on the SSD. So there's this surrounding bracket here. And there's this ribbon cable. Oh, those are on good. There we go. Put that over there. Oh, these are just little rubber things. All right, we'll move those in a second. Okay, so we have to carefully take off this IDE board here without breaking it. Ooh, the stubborn one. Come on. Is this glued? Yeah. Yep, this is glued here. Oh, it's always nerve-wracking. Let me just rip off a ribbon cable that has adhesive on the bottom of it. There we go. Okay. Whew! Something always exciting about these streams, huh? Yeah, Apple just loves gluing things down. I mean, I get it. You don't want this thing to disconnect, but glue? Adhesive? Really? I mean, thanks. Thanks, Apple. I was kind of pulling that apart in layers there. I got a little concerned. Hopefully that ribbon cable is still okay there. I hope so. Alright, so let's put that ribbon cable on the new drive here. Make sure you're putting it the right way. This can only go in one way, it looks like, so that's good. Meow. All right, so we're gonna put our little drive bracket thingy on here. Let me just screw that in. Okay. Now what is this? These are little rubber feet for the screws. Yeah, alright, so let's take those out. Almost 50 people watching here. Hello everybody. So we are working on a PowerBook 12-inch 1.33 gigahertz model. I would have liked to work on a 1.5 model, but it's currently not working. So this was actually not as big of a pain to take apart as I thought it was. Come on. I say that as this screw does not want to get out of there. So I would not be opposed to doing this again with another PowerBook if I had to. I don't really necessarily see the need for me to have two identical spec'd PowerBooks other than the processor speed. I really don't, but stranger things have happened. All right, come on. Yeah, I'm just stripping the screw. What is going on here? There we go. All right. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I understand this is ridiculous. Now, I do have a 17-inch. That needs a new battery, though. So I'm not ready to complete that yet. But I'd love to get that up. That'd be fun. The optical drive connector looks to be different than the hard drive. I'm sure someone smarter than me has the answer to that. I'm going to guess maybe, but it's not like the MacBooks where everything is SATA. So this would all be IDE, and I'm not sure if that bus is faster or slower. Apple being Apple, they probably did not want to spend the extra few dollars to make that a faster bus, or a controller that could support both of them, or I don't know. You know, Apple's weird. So that it could be possible. I just don't know. And honestly, 256 gigs or up of that in an MSATA card, I think that's plenty of space. I don't know why you would want two SSDs in here unless you're doing some backup stuff, but if you're using an old machine, I'd say keep the optical drive, because you're going to recover software or install software or copy disks or data or something like that. Alright, so we got the new SSD in. Everything's plugged in. How about that? Okay, so I'm going to just look for the power connector here. That's this. And that's here. So I'm just going to... That's only two cables. I'm just going to jump that with a screwdriver when I want it to boot. So I'm going to take an external FireWire hard drive here. Not USB, because FireWire is awesome. As you can see with the hard drive, this is labeled Mac Tiger PowerPC, so this has an installable partition on it. So let me set that up here. We've got a FireWire cable ready. And we're going to boot from Tiger, and we're going to see if it recognizes this SSD, because that is what I'm most concerned about right now. I want to make sure it actually sees that. And I will need an external keyboard and mouse. So let me grab one. Not really a portable machine anymore, but okay, there's a mouse I could use. That's a wireless one. No, thank you. How How did that get tangled like that? Okay, now we have a wired mouse to use. Oh, this has a short cable. Come on, Apple. An extra 50 cents worth of plastic. Come on. All right, so I get a little cramped on the desk here, but let's see if this works. All right, what do you guys think? Is it gonna work? Is the hard drive gonna be recognized? I hope so. I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Alright, we have a red LED on the hard drive. So that's good. The fan spun and then it stopped. Oh, there it goes. Oh. Alright. Alright, so it's booting off the external. I didn't even have to tell it. It found it. So it's booting off the external. Sorry that you're sort of at an angle here, but I will describe what may be a little smaller than you could see. Well, this one has a red LED on it too, but it's evil. Alright, so we're in the Tiger screen here. So let's go to Disk Utility. Cross our fingers. Yay, there it is. It sees it as a 238 gigabyte SSD. MSATA. It's a CHN MSATA. I'm actually going to take a photo of this. And I'm gonna show you. So it comes up in Disk Utility there as a 298 gigabyte SSD. Awesome. All right, so let's format that. Now we have to format it as Apple Partition Map. You have to do that. Otherwise, it's not going to. Not new image. That's not what I wanted. Otherwise, it's not going to be bootable. So let's go to partition. How many partitions should I do? Do I want to do 2 so I can put Leopard on here if I have to? I'm thinking of just like what software Leopard would require. What software would I need for Leopard? I can't think of one. Oh, but you know what? That scanner software, it does work in Tiger, doesn't it? I've been using it in Tiger. I'm just going to put 2. Just because, unlike the newer Mac OS, it's a bit of a pain to redo it. I just heard a weird popping noise. That was a little bit concerning. This slight popping. Not bad popping, but Alright, well, let's hope that nothing blows up. Alright, so I'll name this PowerBook hard drive. And let's see, should I do half and half? Well, let's do yeah, you know what? Let's do 120. Oh, I'm just thinking about how I want this set up, what size I want each partition. Let's see. See, you guys can't give me ideas. You just can't. Bad things will happen. Alright, so 160 on one and 80 on the other. I think that is reasonable. Okay, so the capacitors are warming up. Yeah, let's not have a popper like what happened before. So I was recapping a client's LC3 computer, and I saved it over here because I wanted to show you. This capacitor here, let me see if I can get a bit of a zoom on this. This capacitor here, it's out of focus. I don't think it's gonna. Is it gonna let me manually focus? No, really? Where's the focus button on this thing? Feeling the back of the camera. Nah, it's not gonna do it. Anyway, it just spewed out a puff of smoke like a smoke bomb. It was like, psh! Yeah. So that was an exciting one. I swear it burned me, but. The hamster dance. Alright, I'm going to stop. Alright, so we got our 2 partitions here. I'm going to click the partition button. I'm going to make sure they are... How do I tell if it's Apple Partition Map? Why is it not telling me? Well, I'll format it. I can always format it again. Partition, partition, go! So we're creating partition map. I had the hamster dance on a CD. An actual purchased CD. That dates me. It really does. It was just a single, but it was, you know, it had the hamsters on it. It broke, but... there go all the viewers. They're like, oh, this guy likes that hamster dance. Let's get out of here. 51 people. Hello, everybody watching. We are trying to use an SSD on our PowerBook 12-inch G4 model here. And it looks like it took. Looks like everything's happy. I'm glad I'm not the only one, Trina. That makes me happy. Okay, so we have two partitions here. PowerBook hard drive and storage. So what I'm going to do is quit disk utility. And I'm going to install macOS 10. I'm going to select this. And I'm going to go to continue. But I'm going to click customize. And this is the big thing that a lot of people forget to do. I'm going to uncheck the language translations. I don't need those. The additional fonts are okay. The printer drivers. I don't need Xerox. I don't need that. I don't need Lexmark. HP, maybe. Electronics for imaging. I don't know what that is. Canon, Brother, no. Yeah, so I'm just like unchecking a bunch of these drivers I don't need. There's that pop again. That's a little bit concerning. Well, whatever. Install. Roll those dice. Oh, crazy frog. Oh, no, thank you. That's where I draw the line. Alright, so we are installing Tiger. Now, I will warn you, once we get to the intro, I'm going to have to mute it because I will get a copyright strike. No, I just removed some of the printer drivers that I will not use because I don't own those printers. I left the HP ones and the Epson ones in there, but... It's a Jiffy Pop I left in the stove. Oh, that's my popcorn. Go grab it. Yeah, there goes that noise again. I don't know if it's from the optical drive or what, but it's making a bit of a noise. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what's happening. I'm just going to try and listen to see what areas it's coming from. It seems like the airport card. Like, it's like something, almost like something's flicking. It's not getting warm. I mean, who knows? No, no, I don't think that's it. That's not it. The noise isn't coming from here. It's coming from here. It sounds like someone's like pinging or flicking something. But we are installing the essentials of Tiger. That is approximately 93% complete. Time remaining about 3 minutes. So this install should go pretty quick, especially from an external drive. If you do this from the CD, it's going to take much longer. Don't worry, man. I'm not too far behind you. Yeah, take it to the Genius Bar. Sir, we don't service these anymore. Please take this trash out of our store. You can't even do that anymore. You can't even walk up to a Genius Bar anymore. Now it's louder. That's a little concerning. You can't even walk up to a Genius Bar anymore. You need an appointment. You need to put in the serial number for... I mean, I'm sure you can get around that somehow. But, like, you can't even just go, like, here's my PowerBook, like... Look at it, LOL, and they're going to be like, no, you're wasting our time, get the hell out of here. Security! Oh, boy. Alright, so I'm hoping that it will boot because Dana was mentioning that he had a copy of OS X installed on the SSD, but the machine did not want to boot off of it. So I don't think we're out of the woods yet, but I'm cautiously optimistic that this will work. Because that would be awesome if it does. I'm going to take a picture of this for the Instagram. Because I always forget to do that. And I have to like scrub my YouTube video. Just to get photos. But yeah. So yeah, these PowerBooks are pretty fun. I'm going to use this because I do have a scanner, like I said, that requires software that will only run on like Mavericks or something like that. So the PowerBook is fine for that. I mean, the PowerBook will run Tiger. I think the scanner software actually only goes up to Lion or Mountain Lion or something like that. It's weird. It's just laziness. They don't want to develop another driver. They want you to buy another scanner. So, yay. Yeah, if I walked into the Apple store with like an eMac or something like that, I think they'd have a security escort me. Well, thank you very much, David. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining the chat. And yes, that clone video. My goodness, that clone video. Yeah, that took a while to do. Let me. I'll actually look at the camera for a while. You can actually see me for a bit while that installs. Yeah, so let's talk a little bit behind the scenes of that clone video if you guys want. You guys want to do that? So, what happened was, Hot Rod, who's usually in the chat, is also on Twitter, and RMC Neil from RMC posted a picture of 2 Motorola clones and his Pioneer clone, and he posted that whenever it was, whatever time where he was, because I woke up and the tweet was old already, but yeah, and essentially said, "Oh, I'm working on this video," and I said, "Oh man, that's cool." Yeah, it's about. I'll talk about both. Crazy Tech, and I said, "Oh, that's cool. He's doing a video about clones," and so I tweeted at him, just said, "Hey, FYI, I've been sort of researching this stuff for a few years, and I'm doing a video series about the history of it. If you need any tips or you want to look at my notes, just let me know." There's something along that lines. I don't remember the exact tweet. And yeah, he replied or he direct messaged me or something, and he's like, "Yeah, sure, let's talk." And I said, "Well, I have 3 of these clone machines," and he's like, "Oh, that's cool because I only have these 2 and one's a duplicate." And so we basically came to the agreement of if I shoot some footage for him, he'd be happy to use it. So I did. I was supposed to do only about 2 to 3 minutes of me talking about the machines, but I had 3 to talk about. And the original write-up I did for him was about 7 or 8 minutes or so. And this was right before New Year's. So I sent it to him. And he's like, "Well, I'll look at it, the day after next." And what had happened was I wrote notes, expecting him to make notes on it. And he said, "You know what, just shoot what you have. Shoot the script you have. Cut out this, cut out that, but shoot what you have besides that. And I'll work around it." And I'm like, "Okay, that works fine for me." And so I set up my clones. I shot my little clips. I did a ton of B-roll for it, which is excellent because it looks great the way he cut it in the video. He did an excellent job on that. Not to mention an excellent job on his own little video. Not little, I'm not demeaning it or anything like that. Finishing installation, yay! Success, restart. Okay, let's do it. So... Let's turn off this external drive so it doesn't try and boot from that. And so yeah, he started to edit that together, and he said it was a joy to edit my footage. Maybe he's had bad luck in the past with people, but and yeah, it's booting because this drive is off, so it must be booting from here. Yeah, that's blinking actually. Sweet. All right, so this SSD seems to work. It's gonna boot into that intro thing. So I'm going to have to mute the microphone. I do not want to get a copyright strike for just a silly thing again. So I'm going to mute it here in OBS in a moment. So if you hear me see me just looking at the camera and going, you'll know why. But I have more to talk about, so I'm not going to stop about the clone stuff. But yeah, so I think it's going to go in a moment here. It was quick. We'll plug it into VGA and do a capture in a moment once we can. But it's starting up pretty quick. Especially going from a 4200 RPM hard drive. Actually, the sound is off on this. So we're not running into an issue. But yes, the Tiger intro does have copyrighted music. It's from an actual band and stuff like that, so it'll come up. But where was I? Yes. So he put together his footage, and I said, "Look, I'm gonna really try to get part one of my video done when yours premieres." So I had the script pretty much ready. I doubt it, Jacob. I had this script pretty much ready, and essentially I had to just go like a madman and go. Yeah, I mean that their channel is probably not monetized, and that's probably how they're getting away with it or whatever. Anyway, I see. I keep losing my train of thought. I can't concentrate. So what I ended up doing is I looked at the script. I made some minor changes to it, and I shot the whole thing. Stupid me, I was using a microphone extension cable that I did not test. I did not do a test with it, and it turns out there was audio noise throughout the whole video, and I was able to reduce it, but it sounded very tinny. It was not what I wanted. And I almost was going to go ahead and use that, but I talked to Ken from the Computer Clan, because he's a whiz with a lot of video editing stuff. And he said, "You know what? You put so much work into this. Why don't you re-record it?" And I that dwelled on me. And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, you know what? I don't want to cheapen this." And so I went downstairs. I recorded for another hour. It's only about a 25, 30-minute script, but it took me an hour because I reread it a few times. I fumbled on some lines, etc. As you do. I'm not perfect. What you saw in the video is a lot of work went into that. And so I got that done, and I started to edit the video, which took... I honestly can't remember the day I started editing. Because it was, honestly, it was a whirlwind. I did not sleep much at all. I may have been using up a lot of time that I was not supposed to be using because I had prior obligations at work. No, but I had to manage work. I had to manage everything else, and I had to manage the video editing. And I did not have most of the B-roll shot. I had a few things from when I did a Macintosh Plus video for my iPhone, so I was able to use some clips from that. Almost everything else I recorded within a few days. So all the B-roll you see in that video, the photos, I had, most of those photos were collected over a period of a few years, so I had some of those already, but a lot of work went into it, a lot. And then editing the thing down, the longer the video is, the longer it takes to edit. It was originally 23 minutes, that was the length of the video, and as I'm putting it together, I realized I forgot to mention some of the Colby machines, and then I had to exactly, Michael. And then there was somehow I did not read a part in the script when I had it on the teleprompter. I was using a teleprompter. Hopefully it wasn't that noticeable, but I was. The only way I could do these things, I can't remember all that stuff. I mean, I could talk forever about whatever, but to remember dates and facts and numbers, no, that's not me. So I had to go in and I had to add some parts, but there was no footage of me in front of the camera. So I had to do some voiceovers with some B-roll. So I cleaned it up as best I can. I don't think that's really too noticeable. The audio was the last hurdle. I had recorded using this camera's built-in microphone, which is fine, but the camera was about 10 feet away from me or so. So it's very echoey, and the audio wasn't the best. It was suitable, but it wasn't the best. Thankfully, I was recording from a secondary source. I learned my lesson with the microphone incident from the first take, and what I did was I recorded the whole audio using the same microphone I'm using now for the podcast, for this and and the Mac84 podcast and all that stuff. And I was using this microphone to record audio on a laptop just as an audio file. And so what I ended up doing is syncing that audio file to the video. Now, I will tell you the big mistake I made here is before I started editing this video, I should have pulled that audio in and combined it to that video source just for the sake of doing so. So if I ever had to select that video source, that audio source, the secondary audio source rather, I would just be able to flick a menu option and boom, it would all be synced. I did not do that because I didn't realize the audio was that bad until I was halfway through or more than that editing the video. So one of the last things I did, it was actually like very final in the process. I took that audio file. I had to find where, so it was like a half-hour script, but it was an hour or so video recording. I had to go in and manually attach those audio clips to those video clips. I think 99% of the time the sync is pretty good. You can't tell that the audio is a separate file. I really tried to make it so my mouth was moving and the audio was coming out. So hopefully it didn't look weird. And then the last hurdle of that was rendering. Now I have a 2012 Mac Pro. It is a pretty darn good computer. I have a RX 580 graphics card in there, and I have an open core modification done on it, so it can encode and decode HVEC stuff. Really good at video stuff. The problem is, for whatever reason, whether it's the memory in the machine, whether it's the hard drives in the machine, or something, every once in a while when I do an export, I will get pixelization and distortion and just artifacts all throughout one or two scenes. And that drove me nuts because I would encode it, I would export it, it would take 30-40 minutes to export it, and yeah, it didn't go through. So I every time something happened like that, I was like, I'm not going to make it, because I had to put my video out before Neil put his out, because his video sort of talks about mine, so I wanted to make sure mine was out. His was going out 9 a.m. Thursday, so I had to have mine out Wednesday night, which is why I sort of had a surprise premiere on YouTube. I would have liked to build that up more, but I couldn't. But well, thank you very much, Ed. I greatly do appreciate that. Thank you. And there is more to come. No, I did the clap test, but the problem is I clap and I have the audio and the video synced, but that's for the first clip. Think of your timeline. I have B-roll, I have other stuff. That source video clip, I tried to be very sneaky. Did an old QuickTime 7 trick of opening the video file and pasting in an audio track and saving that. It corrupted the video file, so I had to do a secondary pass with MPEG Stream Clip or whatever that software is called. And then Final Cut Pro is like, nope, this differs too much from the original source file. This ain't the original one. Ha ha ha, try again. So, long story short, I got it out on time, and I'm very happy with the success of it so far. Thank you very much, Trina, for stopping by. See ya. Have a good night. No worries. You know what? I've had no trouble using my 2011 iMac to use Final Cut Pro. I mean, you're gonna take forever rendering, but that's probably about it, unless you put an aftermarket video card in there. But the last thing I forgot to mention is, because that video rendering took so long on the Mac Pro and I was getting all those compression artifacts, thankfully I had a 2015 laptop, my work laptop. It's a MacBook Pro. I just put the project on there. I used like a SSD. I bought one for another purpose. It was a 240 gig SSD. That got filled with video and audio and B-roll. That filled. I mean, there's 4 gigs of space probably free on that thing. That is full of footage. And most of that is extra I could use for other clone videos in the series and stuff. But, yeah. So I rendered it on the MacBook Pro. Everything was fine. No artifacts. So I'll have to troubleshoot what the heck is going on. But well, that was a problem, Bruce. I should have compounded the clip with the audio source from the beginning, but I did not, because I did not think it was such a problem. But as I'm reviewing it, I'm like, oh, that sounds a little weird. Every trick I tried, the audio didn't fix itself. So I wanted to go in and do that, but I couldn't. Maybe I just couldn't figure out, while it was already cut up in the timeline, I couldn't go to the source clip and attach audio to it. Maybe I could have, and I just didn't realize it, but that's something, lessons learned, obviously. But anyway, we have Tiger on here now, so I'm going to stop blabbing about that. Any questions you have about the video or future videos, feel free to ask me. But this is awesome. We got Tiger here. I do not connect to the internet right now. I'm going to put in all of our registration information here. And this is a bit of a pain because it actually asks you to, like, you actually have to, like, put in legit stuff here. Otherwise it complains. But thank you to everybody who's watched that video, who watched RMC's video, who came to the channel from that video. I really do appreciate it. I really do. I'm not a big channel or anything like that yet, so I really do appreciate every view that I get. So really, oh well. Now I'm all the way through it. I think I tried that once, Jane. It didn't work. I forget. I don't know what OS they started that or stopped that with, but. Register later. Oh yeah, but then it just makes you. Then that's right. No. Then it just makes like a generic username, and that sort of. But whatever. I'm already through it. It's. I complain about things just for the sake of complaining about them. It's not like it really bothers me. I've not used DaVinci Resolve. I hear good things. A friend of mine, Brian, does his videos with it, and he loves it. Yeah, I don't see a problem with using it, especially if you're doing something like home movies. It's just gonna. Why am I looking at my watch? That's right, the time. It's just going to. Import whatever footage is at that resolution. You're not going to be worrying about anything too intensive, I don't think. But I keep typing in the time wrong. I can't multitask today. My brain is just like fried from rushing to do that clone video and getting like 4 hours of sleep a night. I wish I was joking. Okay, so continue. Don't forget to register. Yeah, good luck with that. Go visit Mike's Mac Shack while he's yelling at me. Go visit Mike's Mac Shack. Subscribe to his channel. He has some awesome stuff. He was streaming earlier today, and that's why I'm streaming now, because he was streaming earlier. Didn't want to interrupt him. But Mike has an excellent channel. Covers Mac and PC stuff. His cats are always entertaining in the background. If you have not already subscribed to Mike's Mac Shack, please do so. For me. I'll wait. You just do that, please. But, yeah, it is almost 1:30 a.m., but it's Saturday. Well, now it's Sunday. Alright, so we got this thing booted up. I'm pretty excited here. I guess now we're just going to shut it off and reassemble it. So, yeah, 1.33 gigahertz. Let me just launch iTunes here. Just one bounce. That's great. We're not going to set anything up now. Safari, one bounce, two bounces. All right, not bad. Not connected to the internet. This is very responsive so far. I mean, it's a fresh install. There's not really much on it, but we'll play around with that. All right, so let me shut this down, and we'll reassemble it. Awesome. Thank you for subscribing to Mike's Mac Shack. Yeah, no worries. I know it's late where some of you guys are. He fixes Macs with a hammer. He does. And they actually get fixed. At least some of them do. Before they're pounded into a fine aluminum dust. A fine aluminium dust. Okay, alright. So we got our PowerBook here. We got the hard drive already installed. I mean, I usually don't stay up too late all the time, but I mean, come on. We're live streaming. Alright, so let's see if this was actually, the plastic was actually cracked, or if I was just looking at it weird. I don't think it cracked. Okay, I think we're going to be in good shape there. Sort of, kind of fixed. Kind of, sort of. Alright, so we put the screws back in for the hard drive bracket. Now we have to put the top case back on. You know, while I have this open, speaking of dents, there is a dent here. I don't know if I could fix that, though. Yeah, that's... I mean, it's a very... You sort of have to do like a rolling action with this. Yeah, I'm not going to bother doing that right now. It's a cosmetic thing. I could not care less. I want my machine to work. I don't care if it doesn't look pretty. If it works, that's good enough for me. Obviously, I don't want it broken or anything, but if there's a small cosmetic imperfection, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I used to care a lot more about those machines, about those issues. You know, oh, there's a dead pixel here or there. I was just All right, this is a weird one though. The metal is like, see, I think actually I think this could be fixed a little bit easier, because what looks like happened here is someone pried this off with like a screwdriver. They pried this and this. I don't have a hammer anywhere that I can easily. I have a pair of pliers, but that's just gonna bend it. Let's see if I just push it. Oh, sorry. Just push it. It's, yeah, that fixed it a little bit on that one. I don't want to break this. This is the most ugly one here. Prop that up there. Just want to get something that's not too. Yeah, you could use wood in a clamp. I'm just. Yeah, you know what? That actually worked out pretty well. Because somebody pried this the other way, and so I'm just pushing it back. It's not too bad. So I'm actually pretty satisfied with that. Same with this. Yeah, it's not going to be perfect, but what do I care? I was fine with it the way it was. Yeah, alright, cool. How about that? Easy fix. Somebody obviously did not follow Apple's manual when they were going through this. Okay. So we're going to put all this back, hopefully, fairly easily. Sorry, just reading this stuff. Yeah, a lot of screws. Yeah, what's the Apple part number on the hammer? Nice part number there, Mike. Be sure to put that in my notes. Okay, this area is being a little stubborn. It wouldn't be an Apple product if it wasn't stubborn to put back together. So, not surprised at all. That's supposed to go between those two things? I'm guessing. Knowing me, there's probably a section about reassembling that I'm just ignoring. Or does that just go under? Does it just go like... No, let's go though. I'm sorry, I'm just talking to myself. $4,000 Apple hammer. Yeah, no, that should go like there. Okay. Oh no! Oh come on! Yeah, that's supposed to go in like that. And then this little part by the battery is the only part that's just not sliding in as it did before. And I didn't bend any of the metal by here, so that shouldn't be a problem. Thanks, Edward. Take care. Sorry, you guys are getting the weird side of my head here. Oh, unless that goes like that. Unless this bends down? Does that bend down? I'm going there. Hold on, let me look at the guide. What am I doing? What are you doing? I have more Mac Minis that I need to install an SSD in also, but I don't know if I'm going to go that crazy tonight. Does this say anything about putting everything back together and it not fitting? That's what I really need. No, I don't think so. Oh boy. Yeah, this Oh, you know what? I could check how one of these are already put together. So which part is the outside one? All right, and it stays like that. Okay, no, yeah. All right, so it's just not being a little cooperative there. That's it. Well, maybe we'll do that. Oh well, thank you very much, Solar Strike. I appreciate it. Brand new guy. Thank you for subscribing. I assume. You might have seen me from the clone video I did. I do tend to do some live streams, but I am trying to do a lot more scripted videos because I really enjoy doing those. They take a lot more time and effort. Trust me, I would like to do more of them, but my time is limited, as everyone's is. You got a lot of stuff to do. But thank you very much for joining. Appreciate it. Okay, why is this not just going in there? Is there a thing that's popping up here? A screw that's not, seated? Is this everything? Maybe there's some junk in there? No. Is everything wants to go in except this. I'm just gonna keep trying. I'm not gonna force it in there. I'm not gonna get out Mike's hammer. I will just inspect this carefully. Where's my special tool here? Oh, I thought that was gonna do it. I thought that was gonna do it. Oh wait, I almost. Oh, I thought I had it. Yeah, and I do actually want to do video game stuff and stuff like that too. Not as like a topic that I will only cover. That I will cover all the time, but there are some video game things I do want to discuss that would be fun, and I've done like television stuff and things like that. So, although the channel is Mac84, I do some non-Mac stuff as well. I just can't figure out why this does not want to fit in. It looks like everything wants to fit, but it's just... Oh, okay, maybe it has to go like in there. Hold on. I think I know what it is. I think I have to like hook it in. There we go. Maybe. Oh, I thought that was it. Was it? Or did it just pop back up after I put it in there? Oh boy. Come on, man. You're supposed to be easy. Yeah, the SSD works, but it took him 5 hours to put the case back together. Unsubscribe. Thanks, Mike. I mean, this is so silly because everything looks like it should fit in there, but no matter how much I push, it doesn't want to go in. Yeah, I'm just grasping at straws here. All right, I'm gonna just gently. I think this just got pushed a little bit. There we go. Yay! Okay. All right. Now we're in business here. Let's put that trackpad cable back in. There we go. All right. So let's follow these steps in reverse. Reverse. Yeah, slow clap. He finally did it. That bozo. He did it. Alright, so we got those in, so let's put all these screws back in here. We'll put the two hex screws in first, because those are annoying. I have to change the bit for that. We already did the installation. This is just putting everything back up. OS is installed, fully functional. Much quicker than usual. I noticed one of the hex screws is missing on the screen. I did not touch that. Must have been when they were trying to get the hard drive out or something, but it doesn't really bother me. I probably have a screw from my old PowerBook that I could replace. Alright, so now we're just putting all the screws in here. Back where they belong. And, you know what? I have one under my belt. It wasn't too scary. There's a lot of screws to handle, and, the keyboard part was annoying. But other than that, I don't think it's too bad. I mean, you take your time, you follow the instructions. Don't rush. I mean, since when have I rushed doing a stream? I don't think so. But, yeah, I mean, there was this whole, Marcintosh type thing, like December, that I'm hearing about. I haven't received, like, a formal invitation, but I don't think I really have to participate in it. But my channel is all Macintosh, so I have been working on a series for a while, for at least a year. And when I mean that, I mean I wrote the script for it and I've been revising it and stuff. That's about getting started with classic Macs. Everything you need to know. It'd obviously be a multi-part thing. You need to know about the software, about the hardware, how to identify a computer, where to go to learn about it, what software you need, what do you need to transfer information, what's a good model to pick up, what's a good model to avoid, all that stuff. Obviously, the video sounds comprehensive, and it'll be a series, so it will be comprehensive. But that is something I'm working on. Maybe I could have that ready for March. Not sure. But that may be a fun thing to work on for that month. But I do Macintosh videos all the time, so it's not like I'm LGR or whoever who does primarily PC stuff, and then all of a sudden they're going to be doing Mac stuff. I mean, I do enjoy when channels that normally do PC stuff do Mac stuff. Most of the time, they are very knowledgeable. They do their research. They really do. Sometimes they don't. Very rarely. Because the information is so easy to find these days. You just Google something. You usually find out what you're looking for. But a lot of people assume things sometimes. And when you assume, you make an ass out of me and you. And so sometimes the information is not 100% accurate. Now look, we're only human. I make mistakes all the time. I'm sure a lot of my videos are not 100% factually correct. But, somebody just trying to quote-unquote cash in on just covering Mac stuff, I think sometimes they have more problems than they would expect. Because some of the stuff gets complex. You don't want to assume. Okay, sorry, just catching up here. Yeah, December was fun. I mean, I'm not a huge PC person, but I know about stuff, some stuff, maybe. All right, so this is step 12. So this is the battery screws. So let's close that and go over here, and let's zoom in again. So it is unacceptable. Yeah, that's sure what the comments would like you to know. I mean, thankfully in this video so far, the clone video, I did not get any stupid comments I had to delete. And honestly, you know what? That's what happens. I'm not gonna leave a comment on there that someone's being a jerk about. No, that's my channel. What are you doing? I'm gonna just be like, oh yeah, I guess I'm an idiot. I have to leave this comment up. No, delete it. I don't care. There was a guy that, and I'm not upset about it, but I could laugh about it. There was a guy who said, "Oh, by the way, I hate to nitpick." And by the way, starting off at that, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna pay attention now. You expect perfection? Whose channel do you think this is? I appreciate your support, Michael. If you have any expectations of perfection, I am deeply sorry. Someone sold you a bridge. But there was a guy who commented, and he said, "I hate to nitpick, but you mentioned in one of the clones, you mentioned it was a 6800 processor. The 6800 processor is actually a blah, 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 blah. What you meant to say was a 68,000 processor." And I'm like, yeah, I think that's pretty obvious to anybody who's watching this video. I've been mentioning 68,000 series processors for like 25 minutes. And all of a sudden you hear 6800? Yeah, it was a flubbed line. And I'll fix the subtitle when I do that, and I'll put a note in the video description, which nobody reads on a video. You'd be surprised how nobody reads it. And so, yeah, but I didn't delete the comment, but that was one of those things. I'm like, really, dude? Really? Yeah, exactly. The people that's like, well, I hate to bring this up. You know, I think you actually have a lot of joy in bringing that up. Making people's lives frustrating. And look, I fully say in the beginning of the video, and that's why I said it. I said, look, this is going to be as accurate as I can. And I reshot that video so many times that I'm surprised there's not more errors in it. You know, you could only watch your own video so many times before you get sort of numb to it and sort of forget what you're listening to and mistakes just fly by. So that's why I put them on Patreon, actually. And that's why I greatly appreciate everybody who watches the videos on Patreon and gives me a heads up. Oh, by the way, this is incorrect. Or, by the way, you should mention this. I did an easy mistake where I mentioned on one of my Quadra vintage videos, the Vintage Mac Challenge videos, I mentioned AUX and I accidentally said Linux. But no, that was Unix. And I thank whoever pointed that out because that would have had me being eaten alive. And then Mike brought up a point. In the clone video, in an early cut, I mentioned the Macintosh Portable had a 68030 processor when it did not. It had I believe it was a 6800, see, I said it again, 68,000 processor. So, Mike saved me with that, and I was able to, I didn't re-record the line, I just said it had a sluggish processor. So you might notice a bit of an audio oddity there. You're just learning all about behind-the-scenes stuff in this video. But, yeah, so videos are hard to make, man. They are. I'm just one guy doing it, and I could, that video was 3 years of research and so many false starts, all because I got a clone, and I thought, oh, let me just do a little video about this UMax I have. I'm like, you know what? I should do the history about the UMax. And I was looking it up. You know what? I should do the history about the Mac clones. I looked at the Mac clones. Oh, I should do a history about the unauthorized Mac clones too. So it just sort of expanded from there. Yeah, I started in 2017. I started, I think it was September or October 2017 is the first version of the script that I had that was just talking about that UMax model. And then if you look on my Patreon, I'm sure it's documented there better than I could remember in my memory. But I posted teases and little clips of the clone video. I think a year and a half ago or so, there was a rough cut of it. And I sort of just did not update it for the longest time because it was just such a burden to do. Because you sort of just have to get into the right mood and the mindset to do it. Because it's a big process because you're thinking there's a lot I have to do here. I have to do the voiceover again. I have to re-record this clip or whatever. And, it's just a little daunting. So, I wanted to make sure I got everything right. I wanted to cover everything I was going to cover. Because if I wasn't going to do it right, then why bother doing it? I'm not the type of person to do... I've done a few videos where I did something quickly because I think it's going to be relevant. Like, the M1 Max video. And I could just tell that, that's not really what people are at my channel for. So it's like, I stick to the vintage stuff. That's what I'm more familiar with. I mean, I'm going to talk about modern stuff, but I know that's not going to get probably most of the attention. And sometimes it will, and that's cool. But I'm not the type of person to just like, oh, this is cool. Let me, this is hip right now. This is what the cool kids are talking about. It's just she. I'm not going to go ahead and chase those views because you're going to lose every time. Or most of the time. And it's just not worth the energy to do that. Trust me. just do videos about what you're passionate about. And that's why, my channel mostly has Mac stuff because I'm passionate about this stuff. I know this stuff. But I also like video games. I like analog video stuff. I like weird, crazy, gadgets and garbage from the 90s and early 2000s that was like weird accessories and stuff like that. So, I enjoy doing that stuff too and covering that stuff as well. So, no, you're not distracting me. I'm just putting this thing together, and that's why I love doing live streams though, is chatting with you guys because a lot of you support me. A lot of you enjoy watching the channel. And I would be doing this stuff anyway. But I actually hold off on doing it because I want to interact with you guys while I'm doing it. And it keeps me company. Otherwise, I'm just sitting down here. Maybe I'm listening to music or something, but it's kind of quiet, All right, the F1 key is back on and operational. Yeah, I mean, I grew up with an Atari 2600. My parents got that as an anniversary gift. And we got a Sega Genesis, which was the first video game system after that. And from then on, we pretty much had Sega consoles. I had a Game Boy, and we got a used NES and a used Super Nintendo sometime after they were old, so games weren't too expensive for it. But we were basically a Sega house because you couldn't afford multiple consoles. I mean, those things were almost as expensive as the ones are today, But yeah, I used to play pinball on the Atari 2600. My mom and I would play Warlords. That was one of her favorite games. I have fond memories of playing Warlords with her. And playing Combat with the tanks on the Atari. Pac-Man. You had to sort of use your imagination, but I didn't know there was anything better than that. Alright, so that looks like it's in pretty good shape. We got rid of that dent here. So you can see that's a bit smoother. Not 100%. I guess there are some minor advantages of that, but that stinks. I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, and then we have to put in this big long screw here. I almost forgot. By the memory. Let's do that. And so yeah, I mean that's I grew up with a Sega. I have a few brothers, so the one positive to that is, first off, it's nice to have brothers. Another positive of that is birthdays and gifts and stuff like that. They were likely to get things that I could take advantage of and play too. So if they got a Sega or a Sony or whatever, I could play with that. So that was neat. Okay, so putting the last screw in. Awesome. And here's that old hard drive is sticking to the paper because there's that adhesive there. Okay, so let's put the battery back in. Now, I'm just trying to see if there's a physical reason why this kept falling out. Oh, there's a little plastic tabs that are broken off on this battery. Where's the other battery? Where's the other battery? Where's the other battery? There was another one I had. Here it is. Yep, that's why. There are these little plastic tabs here. These little teeth. You can see it on this one. No teeth on this one. I mean, this is a separate plastic piece. I bet I could somehow take this off and remove, but that's why I had to put tape on this. These little teeth here are not on this one. Someone ripped it off the wrong way. Whatever. Battery still works, so I'm going to use it. That stinks. It stinks. It stinks. It stinks. Yes, Mr. Sherman. Everything stinks. Alright, so we'll have tape on there just for the heck of it. But okay, so we got our PowerBook here. Let's plug in our VGA cable so you can see what I'm seeing. How about that? Would that be fun? Yes, Steven, please do that. Okay, sure. My gosh, it's almost 2 a.m. I would bet to go a little further and do a Mac Mini or something like that, but I think it's a bit late. What do you guys think? We're dying down in the viewers. There's only 42 of you here, so I think pushing on would be a little bit of a mistake there. I don't know, but let's see if it wants to work with our video capture device. Let's turn that on. Go for it, I'll watch. Well, alright, I will say this. If I do continue, but you guys are like, I'm tired, you could always catch up later. That's why I leave these streams on. It's not like I take them down. Ages ago, I used to put them Patreon only, and I'd unlist them from YouTube after the stream was done. I don't do that anymore. I leave them up. I'm very surprised about the people that tune into them afterwards. Okay, why isn't my VGA thing that's... Oh, that's... I'm using the wrong... There's like 20 VGA cables around my feet here. Where's the one I need? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. People are saying go for it. One person says, no, you're crazy. I understand where you're coming from. Sorry, I'm just hunched over looking for... Did I move? Oh, that's right. That cable's all the way plugged in by the Quadra there. So we're not gonna be able to... I was doing video capture for that, but... Yeah, so, but look at that. You could see that pretty well, I think, hopefully. We have a lovely PowerBook here. I have to see how the focus adjusts on this camera, because it seems to be like here. I have it set on auto. Let me do manual again. There we go. Look at that. Oh, now we're going to get the little blueies. Whatever. But we have that there. So we have our 1.33 gigahertz PowerBook G4. Let's look at the specs of this thing real quick while we're here. Let's see. 1.33 gigahertz, 512K of L2 cache. 256 megabytes of memory. We will have to put more memory in here. I did take some out. I forget how much that was, but I had to put that little door back on anyway. Let's see. Serial number J is UV420AQHPLX. And he's not going to write that down. But I'll text it to you. Take a picture of it now or I'll forget. This is a PowerPC. They did not make the 12-inch power... Anything that says PowerBook is a PowerPC. I do love these, Bruce. And you know what? I had a 12-inch iBook, and I had a few 12-inch iBooks. And I'm like, you know what? The iBooks are just as good as the 12-inch PowerBooks. I don't know. I really like the 12-inch PowerBooks. I mean, just the aluminum of them, just the whole style of them. I just really like these machines. So I could see why a lot of other people like them too. And yeah, but this is a PowerPC based machine. All the Intel laptops have an iSight camera in them. This one does not. So let's see. We got a... What else do I want to check? I want to check USB. I think that's USB 2. I believe. Maybe. I guess it won't say unless something's plugged into it. We do have that hard disk showing up as a CHN-MSATA M3-256. So that's the capacity of it. So it is reading that, which is good. Good night, Thomas. See you later. Oh, the Mac Mini. Yeah, the Mac Minis are all PowerPC. Okay, so cool. That's pretty neat. And what else? Oh, I want to check the graphics card. I think it's an NVIDIA Go GeForce, something like that. Something like that. GeForce FX Go 5200 with 64 megabytes of video memory on an AGP bus. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Okay, so yeah, we have two partitions here. One is 160 gigabytes, one is 80. Now, considering my original 860 megahertz PowerBook came with a 40 gigabyte hard drive, I think this is plenty of space in here. So this is my impression of Sean from Action Retro saying this has been upgraded to an SSD, and then we're going to put RGB lights under the keyboard. Love you, Sean. Love your content. Okay, so let's see. No, I have two Mac Minis. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Sorry, I'm just coming in here. Oh, the clamshells are fun. They're going to be a pain in the butt to put an SSD in there, but I'll have to cross that road when I get there. Alright, so I think we're done with this PowerBook. I'm going to shut this down. I think we're just running 10.4.0. Yeah. In fact, on this hard drive, there were the combo updates. I'm going to have to find my IDE to USB adapter. I don't know where it is at this moment. I'm going to put the drive here. Actually, let me put a sticker on this, because I'm just going to forget what the heck is on this drive. Where's my stickers? Where's my stickers? Use this one. I'm going to forget exactly what's on this drive the second I put it away. I don't know where my scissors are, so these will have to do. Okay. And marker. Where did I put I always misplace my markers and my pens. And I should put them up there in the little holder. I'm pointing. You can't see because it's off camera. I know where it goes, man. Yeah, shoot. Here's a pencil. That'll be fine. This is PowerBook. Okay, cool. All right. Oh yeah, I have the combo updates, and I can do it if I'm online also. I think Panther they've removed, but let's see how good this battery is. 0%. Yeah, it's got a charge. But okay, all right. Let's shut this thing down, and I guess we'll open up a Mac Mini. If you guys want to stick around. You are welcome to do so. If you want to jet, if you're like, this guy's crazy, I don't want to watch this anymore, you are welcome to do so. But I will call that success. I'm very happy with that. I love it. Look how tiny this is. I love this thing. I have to put the memory door back in. Oops. Oopsie. Where'd the memory go? Shoot. Oh boy. Where'd it go? We all are a little crazy. It's a good crazy, though. Not the bad crazy. We don't do bad things. We're just a little silly when it comes to technology and junk like that. Where the heck did I put the memory? What the hell, man? Oh, boy. Here it is. Here it is. No worries. Good night. Okay, so here's a SODIMM with a sticker on it that has been ripped off. I think that's 256, so this maybe had 512 total. But I have more. I just got to find where it is. All right, and we'll put this back on there. Where did I put the screws for this? Uh-oh. Oh, they're in here. That's right. Yay! Talking to yourself helps sometimes. Sometimes. You're welcome, Jay. You can just put me on audio and just, like, listen to me that way. Heck, I was recapping machines while I was watching Mike's stream earlier today. Oops. Now the Mac Mini, I think you need a putty knife to open up. Am I going to have a problem with that? Because I don't think I have a putty knife that's easily available. Or can I just use a flathead screwdriver? Be honest with me before I start taking them apart. I can recap about recapping. I can rap about recapping, but nobody wants to hear me do that. Oh, God. That'd be horrible. Just think of all the subscribers I would lose. Or gain. I mean, that would be the scary part. I really dig your new direction, Steve. Alright. Here we go. Lovely little PowerBook here. Love this little one. Alright, so we're going to put that on the side over here. Okay. And let's see here. I meant that all PowerBooks are not Intel, Mike. Obviously, they're 68K PowerBooks. I'm not that stupid. I am silly, but I'm not intentionally stupid. Alright, well, let's remotely connect to the Mac Minis, which have been running forever. Yeah, and no PowerBook is Intel. Damn right. Except, I guess a prototype might be, but that's not an actual product. Alright, so I have these Mac Minis running pretty much all the time, and that's why I want to put SSDs on them, because they have these IDE hard drives, which are just probably going to die one day. So they are backed up via my Xserve, which is off right now, otherwise you'd be able to hear it. But these have small hard drives in them. So I'm looking at my Macs right now. They are on the... let me point over here. If you could see... I need to see what I'm seeing, though. There we go. Ah! This tripod stinks. I really need to get a better one. But the better one is actually using my teleprompter right now. You can kind of see what I'm going to do. Hold on. Wrong mouse. Why do I even have this mouse on the desk if it's off? Get that out of the way. Okay, yeah, Flash games can run. Why not? All right, so we have two Mac Minis here. One is a... Which one is this? This is the 1.25 gigahertz model. And this has a 40 gigabyte hard drive. So we're going to shut that down because that has like no space left on it. Oh, let me just do the uptime command in terminal. I'm curious how long this has been up for. 21 days. Okay, that's right. I had a power outage not too long ago. But all right, so we're going to quit that. We're going to shut this machine down. We're going to update that. Shut down. Okay, then the other Mac Mini I have is a 1.5 gigahertz. These are kind of uncommon because they did not officially sell the 1.5 gigahertz model. It was like a speed bump thing. And the box, I believe, would say up to 1.45 gigahertz or like 1.42 or whatever. I don't know, but whatever the box said, it wasn't always accurate because it was a gamble about what you were going to get. So this is the 1.5 gigahertz G4 model. And it has the ATI Radeon 9200 with 64 megs of memory. And this hard drive in here is, again, an IDE hard drive. It's a Western Digital 230 gig hard drive. So somebody updated it. But I do want to upgrade that as well. So I'm going to shut that down. Because if this is easy, I might do both. I don't know. Yeah, Flash is no longer supported. But you could still download Flash Player and put it and use old games for it and stuff. No one's stopping you. It's just not supported. But when has that stopped anybody? 68K Max is no longer supported. Heck, the tower I use every day is no longer supported. I still use it. Okay, so Mac Mini hard drive. Let's see how much of a pain in the butt this is going to be. Hopefully not too bad. Oh, it doesn't look too bad. Okay. Oh yeah, Flashpoint. Yeah, I saw. Was it MJD or yeah, one of those guys did a video about it. Michael. Yeah, he did a video. All right, so the fun part is these Mac Minis are in a stack configuration. So if I'm gonna take one out, might as well take both of them out. Oh, and I hope I backed everything up to the Xserve recently. Shoot. Did I? Hold on. Let me turn them back on. Actually, the Leopard one I only have to turn on. Because that's the only one that's connected to the Xserve because it has Time Machine on it. We could pull out the Tiger one here. No worries, Jay. All right, let me go turn on that Xserve just so it will back up this Leopard machine. I'll be right back in a minute. Girly girls. My sweet ladybug, how are you girls? There's gonna be some noise. Okay, don't get scared, okay? I love you. Don't get worried. Alright, hopefully you can't hear those fans right now. Because, yeah, they're a bit loud. They're a bit loud. Alright, so this is kind of an unflattering angle. You're looking up at me. Whatever. So let me just remotely connect to that Mac Mini. Because once the Xserve's online, I just want to run one final backup to it. I think it backed up recently. When did it say it backed up? Last backup was, drumroll please, today at 3 a.m. Okay. Oh no, next backup was today. Latest backup failed. Why? Why? Volume cannot be... Okay, yeah, so... I'll wait for that to mount up. And do the bunnies jump? Heck yeah, they do. Jump many feet tall if they really wanted to. They didn't jump when the Xserve came on because I was actually talking to them while I was over there. I'm like, it's all right, it's gonna turn on. There's gonna be some noise, and they're like looking at me like, huh? Like what? It's just like, what are you talking? Are you giving us food? Are you giving us food? That's all they care about. Are you giving us food? You want to pet us? You giving us food? It's like, no, girls. Calm down. Alright, so we got my Xserve up here. I can hear it. And I guess I have to connect to the drive here. Okay, and then let's go to backup now. Let's see if we'll be able to connect that. Hello, Emily. No worries if you're late. We're actually getting ready to start something else, so you're just in time. So this Mac Mini is just going to back up there, and while that backs up, we can work on this one. So what we're going to do is, what we did was we put a SSD in my PowerBook 12-inch, which is sitting over here. So we already did that, and now we have more of these MSATA SSDs with these little MSATA to IDE adapters for notebooks. And we're gonna try it with this Mac Mini now, which is has a very small hard drive, only a 40 gig hard drive. And this hard drive was probably not treated well because I got this. Where did I get this one from? E-waste or something. So I'm surprised it worked at all. But the Xserve is currently on top of my old refrigerator, so it's quite high above the ground. All right, so let's see. How do we take this thing apart? Okay. Oh, this is going to be fun. That's right, there are plastic clips all over this darn thing. I would love an SGI too. I just can't, going for silly prices. It's not affordable. Especially for what I'm going to use it for. No sense in me getting one of those, I can tell you that. I don't think I have something that's thin enough to go between. I have one of those iSesame things. I have no idea where it is. Yeah, you know what? The e-waste stuff was just by chance. Most of the stuff I got back in July, and I'm still going through some of that stuff. Because that was a place was closing down, so their prices were very, very reasonable. I spent too much, but very reasonable prices. And yeah, I mean, yeah. What is the low red switch by the power plug on the back of the PowerMac G3? Don't touch that, Nick. That's for changing the voltage if you're in a different country. Don't touch that unless you want to blow up your power supply. It's on a lot of Macs and PCs. Ooh. I'll be being paid in SGI hardware, and I might be willing to part with my Indie. Well, that's very cool, Emily. I honestly don't know what I would do with it. Now, as cool it would be to have one, I really don't know what I would do with it. I'm sure I'd find a use for it, but I don't know if I would be like the best person to own one of those machines. I'm not going to say no if someone off the street's like, oh, here, take this, I'm going to throw it out. But I don't know if that's one of those things that I could really understand it and use properly. But that... things could change, I guess. But okay, so yeah, how am I gonna do this? The scalpel's too thin; that'll just crack. The PCI cover is too thick. Huh? Did that iFixit kit I just opened come with anything? Oh yeah, that has a little guitar pick thingy. That might work. These might too, but that might break it. Yeah, these are always cheap. They're going to break anyway, but... I do have paint smudgers, but they are too thick. They are too thick to fit in there. I'm going to see if this will work first. And I have a few of these, so... Probably not, but... Okay, so this says gently bend outwards and pry open a little. There are several plastic clips on the lower housing that fit into the channel of the aluminum housing. Oh, I see. So I had to like kind of push these clips in. Yeah, this plastic is, I don't think, gonna let me do that. Unless I do like, I do that, and then I go like under this. No, I don't think that's gonna, actually. Nope, I just made a mark in the aluminum. That's stupid of me. I mean, this thing is not in beautiful shape anyway, but I don't want to put any more marks in the darn thing. I don't have to. I think that's where I'm going to get stuck with this, is I don't know if I have the proper tool to get into this thing. Alright, did that get backed up? Last backup was today. Backup now. Oh, it's only 2 a.m.? I thought it was 3 a.m. for some reason. Anyway. Ooh, $50 for an SE30. Nice. Nice. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I don't think I have a putty knife. All right, let me go check real quick. I'm gonna leave you guys just for a moment. Don't go anywhere. I am going to just check to see if I have something that'll fit in here. So just give me a few minutes. I might be a few minutes. I'm just gonna see if I have something that would fit in this. I don't know if I will, but I'm gonna try. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yes, we do try and be a very nice community. I especially try to, and I try to surround myself with like-minded folks. So, all right, we may not be able to do this tonight. I do have this. This is my, what is this? Putty knife, but it is plastic. I don't think that's going to fit in here. I'll try. I don't think it's going to do it. I will likely have to run to the hardware store tomorrow and try and get one. I'm not going to order iFixit's thing. It's going to take too long to get here. It's probably going to be too expensive. I'm a cheapo. What do you expect? So, where'd I put the other thing? That was in here. Yes, MacYak. Yes. Yeah, you know, it's alright if you can't watch it live. You can always catch up on it. But where's that other thingy? Put it in my whatever. I'll just use another one of these. Yeah, MacYak is on every Thursday at 8 p.m. It's a podcast. I'm also part of it. So there you go. I have an old Xbox Live redemption card. I don't know. I've never had an Xbox. I've never used Xbox Live. Well, no, I think it's a lie. I think I had like the free month trial and then I stopped it. But start towards the middle with the corner and gently work the way to the whole edge. Well, see, that's the thing. You can no go in. Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna. I mean, I do have a butter knife. I guess I could no, because the butter knife is gonna. I don't know if a butter knife is a good idea. I don't know. I'm gonna try this credit card type thing. I mean, I know I have the iFixit one, so. Repair is noble? Yeah, I guess so. Even those don't want to fit in here. Spork. Whoops, there it goes. We tried a hammer. No, we haven't resorted to hammers yet. The night is young. Actually, no, it's not. The morning's young. Yeah, this is not. I want to go down in there. I go upstairs. Honey, why are you taking the knife? I need it. I'll buy you a new one. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if a knife is gonna help here. I guess I could go and grab it. If it's not gonna work, we'll end the stream. But let me go grab it. I won't bother putting up the Be Right Back music. Amuse yourselves for a moment. I'll be right back. You call that a knife? This is a knife. It's not a knife, that's a spoon. I've seen you played knifey spoony before. Still way too thick. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try. I'm going to try. Alright. Go back to our little guide here. Yeah. The butter knife cut me. Yeah. The children are right to laugh at you, Ralph. These scissors couldn't cut butter. Don't worry, I can already expect the comments that people are gonna. Yeah, I have a drywall knife, but it's a plastic one, so that's not gonna help. Well, it's not a drywall. I have a drywall cutter. That's not gonna help because that is way too sharp. I'll just destroy the heck out of this thing. I will go to the hardware store sooner or later. If I can't get this to work, I'll go to the hardware store tomorrow probably. I think this might work. I just have to be very careful with it. I can hear the clips moving at least. I don't know if I'm doing anything. The spork. Alright, I heard one clip. There we go. There's another one. Do not run. We are your friends. If you can name which science fiction movie that's from, you get a gold star. Do not run. We are your friends. Hilarious. Watched that last night. No, not E.T. Think more modern and more dark humor. Mike probably knows what it is. Since the high hand of this. I'm going to try just working this side first. I mean, I don't know how many clips are around this thing, but all right. Oh, so I really have to push them up, don't I? Okay. Be patient, do a little at a time. Okay. No, we're talking about hilarious science fiction movies. I was saying a quote, and I was seeing if anybody could guess. Oh, it's coming up. Could guess what movie it was from, and nobody guessed correctly so far. The quote was, "Do not run. We are your friends." Oh, there we go. Oh, ah. It came and then it went back down. Mike and his sporks. Yes, Mars Attacks. The movie where Tim Burton cast Jack Nicholson and they were going to kill him. In the movie, they kill him off. And Warner Brothers or whoever told him, no, you can't do that. And so he said, okay. So we cast Jack Nicholson as two different characters and killed them all twice. Hilarious. Like, a hilarious movie. All right. We got liftoff. All right, once you get a little bit off, the rest is easier. Awesome. All right. Yes, Jack Black is pretty young in that movie. There's a lot of popular actors in that movie. Hilarious. Anyway. Back to our Mac Mini friend here. You could use a butter knife. Okay. Good suggestion. Good suggestion. Okay. A little dusty. I think I opened one of these up before to do a memory upgrade. Is that this one? How much memory is in this thing? I think you could take a gigabyte max. I'm not sure what's in here now. This is the 1.42 gigahertz. The 1.5 gigahertz one is still backing up. I think these are the only two PowerPC ones I have. Alright, that's all backed up, so I'm going to shut that down. I'm going to shut down the Xserve too, so my power bill doesn't go through the roof. Alright. Shut down. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think I upgraded one of them because I got a bunch of memory. Oh, this is only 512. Jeez. I know I have a gigabyte somewhere, but I might just have to put that back for now. All right, so let's continue here. Okay, so if your Mini does not have an airport card installed, then skip this step. I do not have an airport card installed. How about that? I don't need it. They're all plugged into Ethernet, so Ethernet forever, baby. All right, remove the 3 black Phillips screws securing the plastic framework. Okay, easy enough. Where's my extender thingy? Did I put it back? No, of course not. Why would you put something back where it's supposed to go, Steven? That would just make sense. We can't have that. Let me give you guys a more interesting view of this. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at my nose the whole time. That's not fun. Oh, again, this tripod requires some replacing. Oh, come on. Don't go up. Stay. Lousy thing. Alright, so let's work on that then. I had the thingy. Where'd I put it? I'd lose my head if it was not attached. That is a guarantee. A guarantee. There it is. Okay, there's one. Second screw is here. Oh, does my screwdriver not fit all the way? Ah, darn it. Are you kidding me? Oh, okay, it does. Never mind. False alarm. I was about to say. Haven't had that problem yet. This one's going to be a bit of a pain. Because this extender thing, it's not enough room there. I honestly don't use them with any audio applications too much. They are pretty much file servers and conversion centers for me. So if I have to open up a weird file format or something like that, that's generally what I use them for. So I really couldn't tell you if the audio is weird on them or soft. That's a good question though, but I do not use these machines too much for that purpose. Yeah, and I cannot get this down into that area. That's too big. Huh? What the heck am I gonna do? That's really like my go-to screwdriver set. So if that doesn't fit, that's a little concerning. I do have a few other random ones, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. Yeah, that's just as thick there. And this is mostly parts. That's where my scissors went. Those are the bad tweezers, hard drive jumpers, floppy cable, SCSI cable. Let's see. That's a much bigger screwdriver. I have much bigger ones and all much smaller ones. Shoot. What am I gonna do? what am I going to do? Because that screw is not going to be... Unless I remove... Can I remove... Can I take off the optical drive first? Yeah, let me... No. Yeah, no. I guess I can... No, because the hard drive's there too. Well, that's going to be a pain in the butt now, isn't it? Alright, so I got one of the screws out. There's the other one. Okay, I was like, wait a second. Okay, so... Good morning. How you doing, Tech and Music? Hope you're doing well. We're doing some surgery on a Mac Mini here. We finished our PowerBook. And we're going to do the same SSD upgrade on a Mac Mini. But my screwdriver is just too... Oh, I'm going to try it again. No, it's just... That's just stripping it, I think. Well, let's try it one more time. I mean, I don't know what else I could do here. Did I get it? Maybe? I don't think so. No. Oh, darn it. Oh, boy. I got my first Blu-ray drive, I think, in 2008. It was just a read-only, so I could just watch movies on it or whatever. I got it for my PC, but it was SATA, I believe. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the earlier ones were IDE. This is just going to strip that screw. This is maddening. Well, let me see. If I take off this screw, maybe that just gives me a little more clearance. Because it's right against this little board here. Well, actually, yeah, that does it. Is that actually... Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing, but maybe a different bit would help. $25 years. Jeez, I feel old. I remember watching a DVD for the first time on my dad's Power Mac because that was our first DVD player. My goodness, that 20-inch studio display monitor played DVDs and the whole... Oh man, they looked amazing. Come on. Come on. Why no you come out? What the hell, man? Come on. Alright. That must be loose now. So maybe we just have to take the whole thing off. Maybe? Yeah, there we go. Alright. Alright, so that was... And there goes the screw. It fell on my lap. Boy. Hey, I found it. First I found the key that flew like crazy, then I found the screw that just popped off. We're batting 1,000 today. Alright, cool. Yeah, there's I have no Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, I think, on this one. Well, there's that, but it's dusty in here too. Alright, so here's the hard drive. That's what we're going to be tackling. That's really the only thing I'm concerned about. There's some dust in here. Let me get that electric duster I guess I have. I'm going to back the camera up a little bit. It's going to be a little noisy, but I'll warn you ahead of time. Let me go upstairs. Let me grab that. The camera's going to sag because this tripod stinks, and I'll be right back. Okay, so here's this air duster thing I got. Actually works out pretty good. I do have a video on Patreon already about it, but I will be releasing that video sometime next week. It's a little duster blower thingy. Good night, David. See you later. Hopefully it doesn't flip the circuit breaker here as I turn it on. Hopefully not. Let's unplug something. If the stream dies, you know why. Here we go. Okay, good. Alright, so let's dust this out as best we can. I'm gonna mute myself because this is gonna get loud. My God, this is powerful. Yeah, that did it in a trick. That was quick. Yeah, I mean, well, I'm not going outside to do it. There's enough dust and hay and crap in my basement already, so. All the important logic boards have bags over them and stuff, so. I'll just breathe it in and you know, just take a few years off my life. I'm just taking one for the team. Alright, so. Alright, so let's get this hard drive out. It looks like we have to remove this fan, I think. Well, I should follow the instructions, I assume. Yeah, we gotta remove the fan. So let's do that. Well, we gotta remove the optical. No, we don't. We just turn it upside down. Yeah, I will be posting a. It's called Shine. S-I-N space H. I'm sorry. S-I-N space S-H-I-N-E. That's a particular brand I got. I'm not saying it's better than any of the other ones because it's the only one I have. But it works pretty darn well. I will be releasing a full video review of it next week. I don't really do reviews of this type of stuff, but I'm like, you know what? I want to see how it works, and if I'm going to do it, might as well do a video about it. So that's how that came to be. And these bits are not the exact fit that I need. Let's try this one. So blind, it's sinful. Yeah, it has a little light on it too. I mean, I don't have a particular use for an air blower with a light built in, but all right, it's either these bits or these screws, but these things are just falling apart. Oh, come on, don't strip this. I need to take them out. That's for Jay. Oh, boy. I wonder if I use a very small flathead, if that would help. No, this Mini does not want to come apart. Hey, Callum, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Either you're very early or very late. Oh, that one works better. Okay, cool. All right. Oops. Well, good luck to you with your new job. Do you have a small flathead? Yeah, I was gonna use that, but this Phillips seemed to want to work, so we're good now. All right, we take out the fan, and then the hard drive's right there. Hard drive screw's right there. Excellent. Well, that's gonna be a pain in the butt. How do we get that screw? Well, I guess we'll deal with that when we have to. It's better than having a big fat head. But thank you guys. I'll be here all morning. Wait, how did they do that one then? How do you get to this one? There's a hole. I guess if you had a very thin screwdriver, which I don't, you could take that one out. Oh, I guess I could just do it like that. All right. Be complaining for nothing. Well, let's be honest. That's what I do best. Okay, so we have the hard drive here. Ooh, I'm glad you got that taken care of. That stinks. Hope you're okay now. Alright, let's move that a little bit out of the way there. It's this way it's supposed to go. Lift the hard drive up. Up and at them. Let's take off these little... Do we have to take... No, I don't think we have to. Yeah, I did this a few years ago. I had a Mac Mini that's hard drive died, and there's actually a lot of information on there. I did the old freezer trick of putting the Mac Mini hard drive in the freezer. Guess where that Mac Mini hard drive is? Still in the freezer. It's probably dead by now, but that's what happens when you forget about things. Okay, don't do what I did. Alright, so that's there. Here's our adapter. Yeah, it's best not asking. Essentially, if a hard drive gets stuck or whatever, using a freezer to sort of shrink it and get the head slightly in a different alignment may bring it back to life for a short period of time. Don't do it. It probably won't help you. And then you'll just have a hard drive in the freezer for a while, and then you're going to cook some dinner, and you're like, what the hell is this? Oh, oops. The data's gone cold. Oh, this data's frozen. It's got no flavor left to it. Alright, so this SSD is a Dogfish technology. Yeah, give it a lick, Mike. Alright, so here's another little MSATA SSD. So we're going to see if this works. The same case we used before, but different SSD. And this stuff was pretty affordable. These adapters were like $13. So that's pretty good. Let's scoop it out with the spork. I've heard of cold storage, but this is ridiculous. Oh, I love it. Okay. Alright, so we're just putting the little MSATA SSD into this notebook IDE adapter here. Okay, that was it. So now we just got to slide this into this little case and then slide that back into our Mac. So those little screws went here. No, here. Okay. Very nice. I'm very jealous of your PowerBook 550, I must say. I would back up those drives. I know you're going to, but I would back them up as soon as possible if they have any goodies on them. Because, yeah, those old drives are probably not going to stick around for much longer. I'm surprised they still work. Compact flash is not meant for the type of read and write stuff that a normal computer disk would need. So I can't give you an exact answer, but this I believe would be more of the traditional ATA response speeds. And since it's an MSATA disk, it's going to be way faster than this ATA bus could ever handle. So, but that's in a good way. So the disk will be so fast that it should saturate. Maybe, I don't know. I just a guess. I don't know exactly. These were cheap, so I'm sure they're not the best. But you know what? I'm not going to spend top dollar on an SSD. I'm going to shove in a 15-year-old computer. I have a very sizable collection of Macintosh computers. I am only missing a handful of models. And I don't mean that I have like every model iBook and every model this. You know, I mean like I have like one of this, one of that, or a few of the same or whatever. I have probably over 200 machines in my collection. I have not counted them because, well, I haven't counted them in a while. I'm going to redo an inventory thing soon, but there's a lot of them. There's a lot. Yeah, I have some of them. I have more models than I should, but yeah. Okay. All right, so that's all set up there. So which way did this plug in? Ah, shoot. Oh boy. Well, I guess. All right. So original hard drive went in like that. Okay. Cool. So we'll do that. But let me be clear. I started collecting these machines over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago. Yes, that's true, Mike. Nobody wanted Mac stuff back then. Nobody. Everyone thought it was old. Apple was going to go out of business, or the stuff that was being sold was useless to whoever had it. Nobody wanted that stuff. So I got like a Quadra 840 AV for $5. Tremendous deals. Some things I paid much more on. But most of the time, I got very lucky. And I didn't have a lot of money. I still don't. So, whenever I was buying one of these machines, I was getting a good deal on them because that's the only way I could afford them. Hope I didn't break that. All right. Okay, so let's put these screws in, which is kind of ridiculous because this drive is so light it's not going to go anywhere. But I would probably say I have maybe 10 or 15 PCs. And that's the guess. Probably more. But I really only count the Macs because that's honestly the only thing I'm truly interested in collecting. I don't have a 950. That's one of the machines I do not have. It would be cool to have one, but I'm not like, oh, I need one. The same with the 20th anniversary Mac, honestly. Like, if someone gave me one at a ridiculously good price, I'd accept it, but that's not really like my type of machine. That's not really like what I'm after. Same with the Macintosh Portable. It'll be cool to have one, but it's not like, oh, I need one. I think I have more Macs than he does, although it's not a contest, trust me. He has more newer Macs than I do. I'll tell him that. I'll give you that. Way more newer machines than I do. My newest machine is like from 2017. It's not mine, it's my wife's. The oldest Apple I have is one of the Apple IIs. Then I have an Apple III. The oldest computer I have is probably the Atari 800. I think that's like 77 or 78. Oh, this screw is not going to go in there, is it? Come on, man. There we go. This had better work. Oh, boy. Oh, that's sad that they threw all those out. Oh, that stinks. Oh, yep. Thank you very much for stopping by. Now. Let me ask you this, Solar Strike, just because it's just something I haven't been able to check into. Did he have any cards on the YouTube video, like any notifications of like, oh, click here to go to the channel, or did you like manually find it? There's no wrong answer. I'm just curious how he had that set up. Wait, am I doing this right? Wait, those are where's this? Those 3 screws. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh, you manually got here. Okay, cool. Thank you. This fan is not going to be able to come out easily once I do this, because all these screws. This is going to be stripped to heck. That is pretty bad. Good morning. Who joined? Lobeck. I'm sorry, not Lobeck. Loborek. I am horrible at pronouncing names, so I apologize in advance. But thank you for joining the stream. We are putting an SSD in a Mac Mini. We already did in the PowerBook. So I am hoping that this will also work in the Mac Mini. We're using the same SSD enclosure, but a different SSD disk. So I don't know if that's going to make a difference, but best Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation before you head off. All right, hold on, Jay. Let me think about that. Hold on. I'm stripping the screws. That is a horrible impersonation, but that's why Jay loves it. I don't know why. It's just that's why he loves it. Oh boy. And now my throat is destroyed for the rest of the evening. That woke Dana up. Oh boy. That'll do. Bruce is like, what the hell am I listening to? Trying to get work done over here. Oh no, it's a weekday. A weekend. Hopefully he's not working. Alright, so this is looking pretty clean inside. I will oh wait, there was that one screw from this little doohickey here. I'll put that back in. Actually, I can't put that back in until I put those screws back in. Okay, so let's try to get this all sorted. Okay. All right. Oh, nice, Dana. Awesome. No, if I buy an iFixit kit, I'm going to lose all the pieces, and it's just way cheaper and more cost effective for me to just buy a cheapo set, and if I lose the pieces, I'll just buy another one. Because I know I'm going to lose them. There's no doubt in my mind I'm going to lose the pieces. So why spend like $60, $70 or however much it is on an iFixit kit? Now, if somebody wants to send one to me, or if they want to send one to me, I'm totally cool with using it and saying, wow, this is the best thing since sliced bread. It's just not. I don't have a lot of money to throw around right now. Hey, maybe if that clone video does well, I will. But I just bought a teleprompter and stuff like that, so it's like it's not on the priority list right now, because I'm getting by with what I got. I have to go hunting for bits once in a while. And it's annoying, but you know, it is what it is. One day, this has not been a requirement. It's a nice to have, but not a requirement currently. Yes, Dana is doing stuff. Yeah, the teleprompter was about $200, so obviously I've been spending a lot on improving my channel and such. So $200 for the teleprompter sounds expensive, but it's actually a pretty solid one, and they go for much more than that. So I'm happy. If you have an iPhone and you just or an Android or whatever, or an iPad, you could just use that. There's an app called Teleprompter or whatever. Some of them just do the video recording right in it. But I just wanted to do it with an actual teleprompter with the DSLR and everything, so that was easier. I'm curious if I have DDR memory lying around. I know I do. Well, let's boot this up, see if the SSD is recognized, and then we'll maybe worry about memory. How about that? All right, so let's put that in. Okay. Now the trick is, well, I guess I could just plug it into video here, because these usually run headless, so I usually don't have any software on them or anything, and the hard disk is now removed, so that's going to be a bit annoying, I guess, to well, no, everything is on the X server, I think. Well, whatever, I'll get to that eventually, but let me where was that DVI adapter I had? Did I put it back in the drawer? I always take things out of this drawer and then I lose them. Here it is. So we got this to this. Okay. Still got 40 people. Oh my goodness. Hello. The PowerBook SSD upgrade was successful. Yes, the 12-inch PowerBook right here, it works fine, Dana, which I was very happy to know. Oh, is this power cord going to be too short? No, hey, it reached. Cool. All right, so we are plugging in the Mac Mini to power. I have an external FireWire Tiger boot disk here. We're going to be using that to install Tiger. The Quadra already has an SSD upgrade, kind of. Has a SCSI to SD adapter, so that's as SSD as I'm going to get in that machine. Alright. I did not break the key. It just flew across the room and I miraculously found it. I thought I broke it. I don't think I actually did, though. Alright, so let's turn this thing on. Nice, healthy bong. We'd love to hear that, don't we, folks? Adjust this tripod so you can see the screen there. It's very dim, but we should be able to. Yeah, it has a flashing question mark. You probably can't even see that because this screen's backlight is just getting worse all the time. Help if I turn the external hard drive on. Yeah, honestly, an iBook and a PowerBook are very similar. You have different materials, but if you're going to use the machine for one thing or another, you're alright. Alright, so it doesn't like the hard drive. Why? The PowerBook booted right off of it. Come on. You're going to let the PowerBook beat you? Come on. Let me just turn the Mac Mini off again. Turn it back on. They really put a pretty good speaker in this little thing. Yeah, 3 hours and 30 minutes. I thought it was going to be quick, but you know what? I said to myself, you got the SSDs out here. You did one. Let's just do it. Come on. Alright, cool. It sees the hard drive, so let's boot into that. Very dim on this screen, unfortunately. I call this PowerBook a ham sandwich. A delicious PowerBook. Yum. Oh, it's still searching for other discs, but yeah, I'm gonna leave the top off of this because I do want to put more memory in here. I know I have 1 GB modules I bought for like an eMac or something silly like that, and much more use to me in the Mac Mini. So. Well, what I love about this monitor, Mr. H, is it not only has DVI, it has VGA, And not only has that, it has composite video and S video. Now, thankfully, I was lucky enough that this monitor has most of those inputs too. But I loved using this because I could plug in an Apple II or a video game system or whatever, and it would work. Now, the backlight, I think, is the only thing that's causing an issue. I might be able to replace that. I have to look it up for this particular model. I'd be very happy to do that because this thing has been a great monitor to me. But it's just, you know, very, very dim right now. This is a PowerPC Mac Mini, 1.42 gigahertz PowerPC Mac Mini. So we're reinstalling Tiger. Again, the screen is very dim. I'm actually having trouble seeing the darn thing. And it's not just the settings, it's just the screen is going on me. Utilities, disk utility. Where's disk utility? There we go. Let's see if it sees the drive. Yes, it does! 120 gigabytes. Excellent. So let's erase this. This will just have the one partition. Mac Mini Tiger. Extended. Erase. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. If I turn out the light, you won't be able to see. You can't see. What you see on the screen, because I'm looking at the preview of OBS, is not much different than what you're seeing in person. Trust me. I can't see it much either. So, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. I can't even see where the cursor is. It's time to fix the monitor or get another one. I have plenty. I just, to hook it up and stuff. Because this is hooked in through the scaler. It's this whole process. Alright, so we're going to install on there. We're going to deselect the additional fonts and the language. For the printers, I actually have to leave a few selected here. Because one of these does act as a print server. But that's okay. We're going to install. And there we go. Doing the installation. Hey, Christian. There is stuff going on here. This is a 4x3, I believe. Because it can accept television signals, so it should be a 4x3. Alright, so we're doing that installation. I'm going to gently place this keyboard on top of the Mac Mini. Hopefully it doesn't destroy it. Yes, it is. We know him on a first-hand basis. We friends. We best friends. I guess while that's going, we'll take apart the Leopard Mac Mini. Oh boy. So this is a oh, thank you, Cameron. Nice to know you. All right, so I already opened this thing up, or it was opened up when I got it. This is a 1.5 gigahertz model. This is the fastest PowerPC Mac Mini they ever made. It's in decent shape. Let's see if I could. Yeah, I think I could just open this up pretty easily. We'll still need the butter knife I stole from upstairs. Yeah, let's not go there. So Dana will now be called Bergenhof Rumischland. I'm going to call you Sal. Oh, Christian. Because I'd put everybody to sleep. I'd be like, not that machine again. Trust me, I'd love to have that machine working, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Alright, let's try and get this out of its case. I'll tell you, the butter knife actually works pretty well. You must pronounce it correctly. Sorry, Dana, I can't understand you. Bye. Alright, so here's the other Mac Mini. We've taken its top off. Sounds so dirty, I know. And this is also very dusty. We'll have to dust this guy out. I think this already has a gigabyte of memory. I think that's why it was open before. No worries, Jay. Take care. Thank you. Have a good night. Alright. Let's see. 1 gigabyte. Okay, so this Mac Mini is maxed out, which is good because this is a running Leopard. Just look at that module just hanging out. That's not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be over here. Whoever took out this machine previously, I'm surprised that this wasn't sparking or anything. That's upsetting. All right, well we'll get to that. So that's installing Tiger right now. We actually might not be able to install Leopard on this because I don't have. Well, I could set up one. Oh yeah, someone did a lot to this machine. There's a screw missing here. Yeah, someone upgraded this hard drive and did not put it back together the way it was supposed to, because it's missing a screw here, which I had to take off to unscrew that, so I could understand why that was missing. It's also missing a screw there, and it's very dusty. But we're gonna solve all these things. Oh, that cable's not supposed to be. Oh, wow. Oh boy, this thing is really dusty. This is worse than the other one. Okay, there's one screw out. I will call you Cam, but I will admit I am horrible at remembering names. Like, oh, it's that guy. Thank you. Yeah, this thing was obviously opened up before. So this is I mean, this thing has been working for me without a problem. So at least that's good. But computer will restart. Look at that. Tiger's installed already. Nice. Okay. And this one we do have to unplug the antennas from the... Actually, I could just put them through the plastic here. They were put in so haphazardly before. Anything I do is an improvement. Sorry, you can't really see what I'm doing. The desk is kind of there. Mike just likes sporks. He's a spork boy. Oop, there goes the other screw. Good thing that didn't fall in and touch anything in that other Mini because it's on. Alright, so we're gonna dust this out. I'm gonna mute myself because it's gonna be very loud. We have to mute this. Hold on. Of course, it has a very, very slow fade out. It's still going. Okay, it finally stopped. Yes, I had to mute it because the Tiger intro is copyrighted music, so YouTube would strike me. It did it before on another stream. Yes, I am still going. Crazy Tech Reviews. It goes a lot faster when you're installing it not from a DVD. That is correct. Okay, so this is very dusty. I'm going to blow this out with dust. Dust is going to fly everywhere. I kind of want to record this, but I don't have the setup to do it right now. But you guys are here. You'll be my witnesses. I'm going to do this on the floor, though. And I'm going to mute my... I'm going to lower the volume. It's going to be loud. But there's going to be dust everywhere. Alright, that's better. Let's try this. This is much dustier. Okay, hopefully that didn't deafen any of you, but yeah, it is a good track. I do like the sound. I did buy that off iTunes because I was a dork. There was some dust that it was just still stuck to here because it's like probably caked on there or whatever. My favorite phrase, caked. Most of it got off of here though, so that's nice. Let me just hit it again briefly. And then the only other spot with dust, name does not ring a bell. The only other spot with dust on here was like here. It didn't want to, it was all like caked on there as well. So the fan still has dust on it. I don't think I could get all the particles there. I will try and loosen them up. Hit that again. That's the best it's going to get. Does it have the optional modem? Yes, the modem's in there. Heh. Alright, so let's take this hard drive out. Well, I guess we should install... Well, no, it is, that's right, it already did install. Alright, so they are missing a screw here. Whoever installed this hard drive is missing a screw. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that because the SSD drive is so light, it doesn't really matter how many screws you put in. 1 or 2 is fine. Okay, sorry, I missed some of the chat going on there. Yeah, I mean, it's. I mean, I understand. Look, it is copyrighted music, and at the end of the day, I don't have the license to play it. But copyright law in the United States is very silly. I think the only thing that a lot of us can agree on about this country is that the copyright things are very silly. Very, very silly. Alright, so we are just taking out this fan. So I could access a screw by the hard drive, so we can take out this hard drive. And we replace that with the SSD. And then, ooh, there's more dust in here. And then we will be done with our upgrades. I'll still have to do an install. Oops, this thing has so much dust in it. My goodness. I got rid of most of that. I like this thing a lot. Sorry again about the noise. Okay, so one more screw to do. You guys talking about music and bands that I have no idea who they are, but now I'm curious. Okay, so let's continue with this, and we're just going to get this hard drive out of here. All the data is backed up to our Xserve, so we don't have to worry about that. I could put this in a PowerBook or something if I really wanted to. I mean, it's a 4200 RPM drive, I think. Well, actually, this one may not be. This is an upgraded one. This is from May 2011. All right, this is not too bad. 256 gigs. Western Digital. Does it say the speed? Does not, but it's a blue. I would guess at least a 5400, if not higher. But the SSD will be a nice, convenient upgrade. So we have our last SSD of the night here. It's been going on for a while here. Thank you everybody for joining me. We've still got 30-something people watching. Okay. So again, this is a Dogfish brand SSD. I don't know how good they are. It wasn't that expensive, so good to take a gamble. This is a little cheapo IDE to MSATA adapter. And of course the SSD, the Dogfish one that's here, this is an MSATA SSD. Now for speed purposes, MSATA is overkill, completely overkill. But for compatibility purposes of fitting in a small spot, works fine. I have not played around with that iMac with the Voodoo card yet. I was preoccupied with my clone video. I do want to revisit that because that is definitely something I do want to do more videos about. Problem is, the iMac that has the Voodoo card in it, the CRT doesn't work. Now I have a decent video capture setup, so that's not as much of a problem. But it just did complicate the way I had to film that whatever I was trying to do. So yeah, and I do want to upgrade that. I bought the memory chips. I do want to upgrade that card to be more than the few megabytes it had on board. But that means I have to do a lot of tests and benchmarks before and after. That means I have to solder it once, and then once it's soldered, it's soldered. So, yeah, I need to do due diligence with that to make sure everything is set up the way I want to do it. But that is definitely something I am still working on. It is of a great interest to me, because I don't think there's a lot of videos, if at all, about a Voodoo card, especially on the iMac, on YouTube. So, one of those gaps I get to fill. So, I am super jealous of it too. I won. Oh, I told this story before, but basically somebody had that Voodoo card posted on eBay, but they did not say it was a Voodoo card. They said it was a 3DFX Game Wizard, which is true, but it's also a Voodoo card. So it was one of those eBay sellers that had a best offer, but when somebody starts bidding on it, the best offer goes away. I did a best offer that was a price that we agreed upon during an eBay message. But this guy took 12 or 24 hours to respond. So my heart was in my chest the entire time, like, I'm going to lose this thing, I'm going to lose this thing. The guy was new to eBay, he didn't know how to do this, do that, whatever. I finally convinced him, like, just, like, let me have it, come on. Like, we agreed upon a price, now it's going to auction, like, what's up? And so what he did was he took it offline and he relisted it, and I bought it right away. I got it for a pretty good deal. I got it for under $100 shipped. And I'm very, very excited to play around with it. And I'm going to fully document everything about that thing. So I am just as excited to play around with it as you are probably to see it. But I do need to take my time with that. So I do it the coverage that it deserves. And these screws not being in this optical drive thing are a bit of a pain. The person who did not put these back in there are causing me some grief now, but whatever. Okay, so I'm just putting this stuff back in there. Do I have a screw that I could fit where this optical drive goes? That's too small. Oh, I have some tape or something. Yeah, you know, just... I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. And the scissors I found earlier. It's all coming together. It's like the end of a movie. I'm going to open this in like a year and be like, why the heck is there tape in here? And forget I did it. I'll blame it on somebody else. And then a viewer that was here today be like, no, but Steve, you said you did that yourself. Be like, quiet. Oh, boy. All right, so we're going to put this fan back in here. I'm getting pretty tired myself, so thankfully this is the last thing I had on my radar today. Oh, I forgot to screw the hard drive in. Well, don't really have to. It's kind of snug in there already, but I guess why not? Hope you guys are enjoying this stream so far. I know it's kind of... I don't know if it's kind of dull. I don't know. I know if it was dull, you wouldn't be watching, or if it was boring, you wouldn't be here, or whatever. Yeah. But it's... That's a weird noise I just heard upstairs. Maybe it's just the wind. It's coming from inside the house. Ah, oh, come on. This screwdriver, man. Not my friend today. There we go. There we go. Only 3 hours left. Oh, boy. Alright, so let's get this screw in here. This is a little bit problematic because my screwdriver does not really fit here. We're gonna try our best. That's good enough. That's fine. Okay. Alright, so we got that Mac Mini all set up. I'm gonna have to do something about properly routing these these antennas, because they were not done so properly before. I mean, they were okay, I guess. They worked, but... Oh, come on. There we go. So I'm just trying to put this back into place. Okay, there we go. Where'd the other screw go? Oh boy. Alright, well let's do this one first. Okay. No. Hey, at least you have one. That's even one I don't have. I have a lot of iMacs, but I do not have a Flower Power one, and I do not have the Blue Dalmatian. I do not have a Sage. I gave my Ruby to Mike, but I think I have the rest. Except a Blueberry tray loader. I have all the tray loaders. I have the Bondi Blue, but I don't have a Blueberry. Not that I need one, but if we're oh, I didn't put the other fan screw in. Hold on, I need to find the other screw. This is where Steve goes crazy trying to find the one screw. Because as soon as I put the top back on, I'm going to find it. That's just how this stuff works. I have no idea where it went. Awesome. Well, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I really am not. This will go in the parts drawer here. That'll be that. I love the tangerine and the green one and the lime ones. I have to thank Mike of Mike's Mac Shack for trading with me, because I love those colors and I always wanted one. Okay, so our memory is installed. Let's see if we could install these cards the way they were supposed to be installed in the first place. Let's see how they look here. All right, so this one was supposed to be. So where does this? That one there, and then where does this one go? Where's this? Oh, okay, over here. Okay, yeah, they really had this screwed up the way they had these antennas here. All right, so this one goes all the way over here and clips on. Where's the clip on? By the memory? No, it wouldn't do that, would it? Oh, I see. Right there. Right. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then this goes like that. Yeah, there we go. Nice and tidy. Okay, so dust this out. Alright, so now our Mac Mini. Well, I'm not going to put the cover on just yet because I want to make sure it sees the SSD. Everything's okay. Let me just set up this user account real quick. And then we'll get onto this one. What does Apple care what I do for a living? Go on, get on with it. Okay, account created, register later, continue. Time zone. No, New York, not Cupertino, or however you say it. It's late, I don't know what I'm doing. Continue, yeah, that's the right time. It's late. Done. Alright, cool. Sorry, let's, no, I was not. I was saying good things. Yeah, the 9600 is a beautiful machine. That's the one with the nicer case. Much easier to open. Nothing good comes from the fuck box. Oh, boy. Alright, so let's shut this machine down. And I'm going to leave the cases a little bit ajar. I know I have extra memory around here. So tomorrow I'll probably fish around and find some. So I don't have to pry these cases open again. But now let's do a test of the other Mac Mini. This one has a slightly yellowed top. It's just the way I got it. The yellowing, again, does not bother me so much as other folks hate it. I could not really care less, especially because it's stacked. I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, this actually doesn't have the modem. Wait. Hold on a second. I think there's an actual modem in here, but... No. I must have been looking at the other one. Yeah, I'm sorry. Whoever asked about my 1.5 gigahertz having a modem, the answer is no. It has a block for it. I must have been looking at the other machine. Sorry. What happens when it's 3 a.m. and you have no idea what you're talking about? That's me, not you. I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright, let's power this up. Wowza, that's loud. Sometimes. Usually it's only on, like, Saturday when I could stay up late without being in trouble at work tomorrow for falling asleep during my job and not getting my work done. The record was, I think, 8 hours or something. I did take a dinner break. It wasn't that insane. But it's not uncommon for them to be, like, 3-4 hours. When they're 2 hours, people get mad at me. Like, there's a chip! Alright, so we're booting up from the Tiger installation disk. I'm just going to format the disk. I'm not going to install the OS because I want to do a fresh install of Leopard, and that I just don't have the disk. Actually, I do. Where'd that go? Hold on. Let me check. Let me check. It's Tiger on CDs. Oh my goodness. Oh no, wait! I do have the Leopard disc. I plugged into this G5. Hold on. Is it in here still? Alright, well, the disc is in the G5. The G5 is not plugged in, and an installation of Leopard is going to take at least a half hour from the DVD, so that's a little silly. So we're not going to go that crazy tonight. I want to go to bed sometime soon. So yeah, okay, Mike. That did not happen. She was basically like, hey, are you going to go stream? Because I want to watch a movie you probably won't be interested in. I'm like, sure. Alright, so this will be Leopard hard drive. Format. And there we go. Hard drive is formatted. Well, it's partitioning now, but so we have both two 128 gig SSDs in both Mac Minis. So that's a bit of a downgrade from the spinner disk in here that was a 250. But I wasn't using all of that space, so that's fine. And most of the data on these are now on the Xserve. So 128 I think will be plenty for what I need to do. And if I ever get a cheaper, the 256s were a little silly to spend on this. And then let's see, and then we have the 256 in the PowerBook because I'm going to use that a bit more. I hope. But yeah, so let's shut down the Leopard machine here. It won't let me do that. Well, I'll just hold down the power button. Doesn't matter. Okay. The main tower I use upstairs is a 2012 Mac Pro. Downstairs is a 2009 Mac Pro. Both of them are dual CPU machines, but they work fine just for what I use them for. What model hard drive is that Steve you took out? This is a Western Digital Blue, Scorpio Blue. I don't know the RPMs on this, but it was an aftermarket one. Somebody installed it because they were missing screws. This was in the Leopard machine. Made in 2011, was it? Yeah. So pretty good drive. I'm gonna still use that somewhere. So the 4200 drive, not so much. I don't think I'll use that. That's much. That's a pretty horrible drive. Yeah, I mean the 5.1 ones are great. So even if you get a 4.1 and flash it to a 5.1, they're I mean I do all my video editing on the 2012 Mac Pro. All 4K video. I have the RX 580 card with open core on it. Works most of the time. Rendering right now is giving me a bit of a headache, but I think I can resolve that or fix it up. I would honestly though, for video editing's sake and just like to not worry about rendering anymore, the next generation of the Mac Mini or something around that price range with the M2 processor or whatever they call it, that's offers a little bit more memory and stuff like that, I'd probably just go and get that. I love my Mac Pro, I really do, and I love upgrading it and having all the ability to do this and that, and I would still use that machine, but it would be so much easier to just have one machine. I'm not worrying about open core or any of that stuff like that. I just want to, have a machine that works, and for me producing videos and stuff, if there's a technical issue, I get frustrated and I won't come back to it, so. Yeah, okay, Mike, thanks. Thanks for bringing that up for the 80 billionth time. All right, so we successfully installed 3 SSDs in 3 PowerPC Macs. I think that is successful, and we're at the 4-hour mark, so that means each of those took an hour and 20-ish minutes or something like that, 23 minutes or something. Mike didn't pay a cent for it. He traded me a bunch of iMacs that have problems. And I gave him a Mac Pro and an iBook G4. And he was so ungrateful about that iBook G4 that he threw it out. No, he gave it away. So I could lie too, Mike. Oh boy. And we the story behind that Mac Pro is we set it up on this desk. Mike came over, we set it up on this desk, and we looked at it, and none of us realized it was a single processor until he got home and opened the darn thing up to clean it. And we both felt like idiots, but he just blames me because it's me. So we've been going for 4 hours here. I think I'm going to cut it here. I'm getting tired, getting a little sleepy. We accomplished what we came here to do. I just have to install Leopard on this. I will do that another time. I had to put some files and programs back on it. I'm very happy to have SSDs in these things. They'll make them run a lot cooler, I hope. And I hope they run for many years to come, because these machines have served me very well since I got them. And I'm very happy to have them in my collection. They act as great bridge machines to old Macs over the network and stuff like that. So I'm very happy to report that these cheapo drive cases seem to work fine. I will put links in this video. I will also make a blog post and post something on Twitter or something like that. So everybody is aware of what ones worked, at least for me, in these machines. But yeah, and good night to you as well, Mike, you spork. Your words, not mine. But I'm glad you came too. Thank you for stopping by, Cam. Appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good morning. I won't do another live stream probably for until the middle of the week, but I am going to release that video on this thing. So you'll see that when it comes out. But thank you for watching. Please share that clone video if you haven't done so already. Even if you have 10 followers on Twitter, let them know about it. Please. But that's about it for now. Take care, guys. I'm going to awkwardly hit that end stream button, wherever it is, and I will catch you guys later. Have a good night. Stay safe. Take care.